I'm here. I'm just in the wrong place. At the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, I think I'm at the right time. Almost. Just a little bit late, but never mind. Ah, I'll wait while somebody joins. Ah, hey, Nathan. Hey, do you like my new specs? Look at that. Woohoo. Hi, only me. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Judy. Yeah, I've got them today for me when I go down the seafront. I like to look inscrutable with my shiny, shiny glasses on. Do you think I look inscrutable, or do you think I just look like an idiot here? Answers on a postcard, please. Hi, Esther. I am coughing a bit, actually, because I keep freezing in the most undignified facial expressions. I was next to two people who had colds, so just hoping I don't get colds. I've got a cough, as you know. Hi, Ethan. Hi, Jude. Do you like my shades, Nathan? Yeah. Woohoo, look at that. Got handles and like a little teapot. You could hold me up, couldn't you? Never mind. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. Oh, sorry that startled you. Oh, my cotton got rosied. She took it all around the house. So I've now got a big ball instead of a lovely, nice, neat ball. I did put a photo on Instagram. And she got, oh, hi, Sean. Yeah, they're my new biker shades. They're for my new. You don't all know, do you? Some of you know. I am getting a new scooter. Seeing as my other one broke down and they couldn't find anything wrong with it, they said, we're bringing it back. I went, oh, no, you're not. Something different behind me. No, I don't think so. Please don't tell me there's a... It's not Halloween, is it? There's not something behind me, is there? I am excited because it's going to have a canopy. All this last week, it has been horrendous going up the seafront. The wind not only hits you, but it brings sand with it. So if you've ever been whooped in the face by sand, you know it's so fun. So much fun getting sandblasted. Hasn't been doing my skin a lot of good. You know, you think like it'd be exfoliation, wouldn't you? And I could come out of there looking younger, but you know, it doesn't work that way. Oh dear. I mean, it was a surprise 80th party. I should put my little handles behind me here, shouldn't I? Surprise 80th party for one of the ladies at the knit club on Wednesday evening. So we all allocated to take some stuff in, and I had the nibbles, you know, like the crisps and the bits and the pieces. So I'm coming up the seafront with my bag sort of wedged, because the only place to put it is on the footrest, loaded up with crisps and dips and God knows what else. And it was whoosh, 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 the wind, and whee! Big, huge bag of crisps behind me. There's big penalty notices everywhere saying, please do not feed the sea. Wait while we try reconnecting you. Yeah, it is a bit weird. So all the crisps went behind me. So I'm leaving a trail of crisps that will probably blow it all the way to Blackpool. Don't know where. I don't. So the seagulls had a big bag of crisps on me. I hope they enjoyed them. But I'm sorry, but I'm not paying the fine because the wind did it, not me. I didn't deliberately feed the seagulls, yeah. Oh, my little lamp isn't on. No, it's not, is it? You're right there. If I put the other lamp on, nobody can see it because of my big head. So it's just a waste of electric if I put my flower lamp on. And it's absolutely rigid. I can't move it to the left or the right. I'd move it in a different position so you could see it, but I can't. Yeah. Anyway, back to my scooter. They said they couldn't find anything wrong with the scooter. If you remember last week, I said it kept breaking down. And then when it started, it was going on its own without me doing the pedals. It was just, yeah. Oh, the sound's cutting out now. I've got an unstable connection. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry. Can you just hear me now? Or shall I just go home and not bother? Anyway, when they said they were bringing it back and they couldn't find anything wrong with it, I said, I don't want it. I'm sorry, but I don't want it. And, oh, I hope it's not cutting out because I don't, oh, please tell me it's not cutting out. He's telling me my signal's at full strength. Yeah, anyway, I said, I'm not having it back. I don't want it. So he said, well, you've got 12 months left on your contract. You can't change it. I said, well, I don't want it back. So they said, oh, you might have to pay £50 for breaking your contract. I said, I don't care. I'm not having that scooter back. Anyway, the top and bottom of it is I rang up the people that do the paperwork. I told them all the reasons why I didn't want it back, that the wheel had sheared off and, you know, it was a fault with the scooter. So I'd lost all faith with the scooter. And I said, I just don't trust it. I said, it broke down on me 3 times on the way back from Fleetwood, and they're telling me they can't find anything wrong. And yet my son had had a look at it, and it was doing it with him. It was breaking down on him. Hi, Rebecca. So anyway, I said, oh, I've seen one I like, and they're having it in a fortnight. They're having this new scooter with a canopy inside that rolled down. So anyway, she listened and she commiserated with me, and she said, I can see why you don't want it back again. She said, I don't think I would either. I said, I've lost all faith in it. I'm sorry, I just don't want it back. I said, and to get a new one of the same kind, I said, I would have to break my contract. So I might as well break my contract and have a new one with a top on, yeah? So anyway, in a couple of weeks' time, I'm still on the loaner at the moment, the one that goes, wee, and everybody turns round. There was a little crocodile of little children from the nursery walking down the other day. And one of the teachers, whatever you want to call her, nursery maids, whatever, turned round and said, oh, children, whatever is making that noise? Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, I'll show you it when it comes. Well, I can't show you on this video because I can't bring it in. But I will do a little video and put it on the YouTube when it arrives. But it's going to be 2 weeks or possibly 3. Fingers crossed for 2. So I've got this screaming lone scooter at the moment. At least I don't need a haul because people hear me coming from about quite a few miles away. Yeah. I haven't seen the mouse for about 3 days now. I think it's probably hiding because Rosie keeps sniffing all around everywhere when she's not ripping me wool up. And so I think it's still around, but I haven't seen it. We've got traps down for it, which so far it has evaded. So I'm just hoping that it's took the hint and said, oh, they've got traps everywhere. I think I'll shove off and go next door. So we shall see. I've got my painkillers because, you know, this lovely weather getting soaking wet through, it plays havoc with the old arthritis, you see. So, yeah, no, I won't know myself when I get my new scooter. I'll be queen of the seafront. Well, I won't actually because loads of people have got them. But the guy who came to repair my scooter, he did take it for a run down the seafront, the old one, I mean, not this, you know. And he said, I see what you mean about the wind. He said, I don't think I'd like to go up and down the seafront in the wind. I said, it's coming winter. It's only going to get worse, isn't it, you know? I mean, this week has been dire. Today has been gorgeous, gorgeous. But I didn't go out because my shoulders hurt, my neck hurts, my knees hurt, everything hurts, and I'm sneezing. So I didn't go out today. On the nicest day, didn't go out. But this week it's been, oh, terrible. Yeah, I'll be able to go out and about more when I get. I look at the weather and think, I've gone out in that, so it keeps me in. Whereas, whenever I got a cover over it, somebody said, have you got windscreen wipers? I said, no, I think you've got to do it yourself. Or have you just seen me going down the seafront with my purple cape on? I mean, it would fit a small village underneath it, and it's not good. It's flimsy, and it goes up and down like you're going like that down the seafront. You have to keep hanging on to it and trying to tuck it under your knees. And the hood's way too big. And it's got a perspex visor that goes out like that, and another one that goes down over your face, which sounds great in theory. But when the whole hood keeps falling over your face and your visor's somewhere down here, it doesn't mean you can see a lot, So you have to keep stopping in the rain, getting wet, going like that with the hat. So I finished up with a scrunchie tied around the top. Oh, it didn't work, but never mind. It was fun. Surprisingly enough, all the way to Cleveland, I didn't see a soul. There was no one. Nobody at all. Hey, Chris. There was nobody on the seafront except me. There was only me, stupid enough. When I did get into Cleveland, there were a few people around, but not that many, because it was absolutely driving. We say legging it down. It was absolutely driving it down. It wasn't the lovely rain, the little mild mist. It was legging it down. I wouldn't have gone out, actually, but I was in charge of getting the nibbles, like I said, from Marks and Spencer's. And seeing as the decent shops we've got are like a couple of miles down the seafront, one way, and more than a couple of miles the other way, I decided I might as well go out. At least I wouldn't have had wet through, blown about crisps, would I? I'd have had my other scooter. Yeah. Hey, well, I finished that shawl that I wasn't very happy with, and I still haven't found any green to go with the other one. So I've got myself a different colour. I'm going to do another virus shawl because they're the ones I can do without thinking. And I've sold the other two virus shawls, so it's not like I've got a load of them, is it? So I'll do a virus shawl. I started a headband today. I just bought a pattern from Etsy, and I said to my friend, am I being stupid? I can't get this pattern to work out. So she tried it and she said, no, it's wrong. And then she went on the web page or something and she said, it is wrong. She said, 2 people have said on this woman's web page that the pattern's wrong. Yeah. And that it should be blah, 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 blah. And yet she's still selling the pattern on Etsy. And she hasn't corrected it. Thank you. I've just spent £2.50 for nothing. Wouldn't have bought it if I'd known it were wrong. You feel like saying, can I have my money back? But you do have to tick a little box saying there's no return. Do you know what I mean? My 2 lots of wooden beads didn't arrive. They've got lost in the post. And she said, oh, I'll refund you. But she's only refunded me for 1 lot. Less the postage. I thought, cheeky devil, I bet she didn't even post them. Everything else has arrived. But I bet she didn't post them. Because I didn't bid enough on them, I bet she thought, no, she's not having them for that price. Never mind. They were going to be part of the Christmas fair decoration thing that my friend's doing, so. Oh, she fell off her bike. My friend Sarah fell off her bike. She's hurt her legs and she's got bad knees. She's like me. She needs new knees. And yeah, I've had one done. Enough said about that. It was 12 years ago, though, and it's never improved. So she fell off her bike and hurt herself. So, and then my other friend, she took me to singing on Thursday night. And I got a message from her on Friday morning saying her husband had passed away suddenly. He wasn't even ill, as far as I know. Or if he was ill, he was nothing, majorly. Yeah. So that's very sad, isn't it? Well, everybody's very quiet considering there's 30 people in here. There's only about 10 people said hello so far. Where have you all gone? Are you all lurking? Take the other 2 pills while I wait for you to stop lurking and say something to me. Hi, Lydia. Yeah, I presume there'll have to be an inquest. I mean, he had minor things wrong with him. I'm not saying he wasn't. He was completely healthy, if you know what I mean. But I don't think it was anything that would have caused him to pass away, you know. So sad. I mean, he was fine on the Thursday evening, and first thing Friday morning, he wasn't. He was gone. I suppose that's the way to go, isn't it, really? If you're going to go, just go, yeah. Oh, says me, I'm very cheerful tonight, aren't I? Listen, my froggy throat. Oh, I'm cold. And I've put a shawl over me. I bought this dress and I've never worn it because it looks like a deck chair. So I think this will be destined to go into the charity bin. It's got weird sleeves as well, but it needs a good iron. I think it'll be I think it'll be going in the charity bag. I don't think I like it. It looked nice on the I bought it out online. It looked nice online. Man, she was probably dead glamorous, wasn't she? And looking ever so smashing wearing it. And I look like a deck chair gone wrong. Excuse me for coughing, but I think this is actually a different cough. I think this is a cold. My daughter-in-law, she's upstairs sneezing her head off, so it's no wonder, is it? We are not immune. Right, I need to find a hook. My hook bag that everybody likes. Apparently it came from Amazon. I want a 550 hook, which I think is a red one. Yay, I'm right. It's a red one. The dress is not me, only me. It doesn't look like a deck chair. The fire's still going strong. Oh, I can't show you. I was going to stand up and show you. Look at that. It's like a flipping deck chair, isn't it? And it wants ironing. Oh. Oh, God. I'd be very fake and phony if I run into my ex-husband as well. I'm going to start. Strawberry Bonnie Crochet is having a fun little fall giveaway, in case you're interested. Oh, God. I'm definitely getting the cold. I was sat next to the partially sighted lady, the one with gorgeous, you know, what do you call it, seeing eye dog, whatever you call them over in America. Sat next to her. She told me after I'd been sat there about an hour that she had a cold. And that's why she wasn't sitting near the 94-year-old lady like she usually does. No, we had our chimney swept before we had the long burner put in, and it's not been used that much, so I don't think it needs sweeping just yet. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and gone wrong. 8. Oh, flipping heck. 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, mine wasn't nice to me, so that's why I don't want to say hello. I have to for the sake of my son, but I'd really rather not. I would really rather he just didn't call. But sadly, he is my son's father, and as such, he does call, which I'm not a happy bunny about, but never mind. We were singing the Muppet song at the choir this week. Life is just a dream. So it was a happy little song, except the church was really freezing. That's another reason why I'm cold. I didn't go to the singing on a Tuesday because they didn't put the heating on the week before that and it was freezing. And when they complained, bear in mind we pay £100 a week to hire the hall. When we complained, they said the overhead heating wasn't working and it was going to cost 1,000 and something to have it repaired, and would we be prepared to contribute towards it? You're paying £100 a week for the rent and they want you to pay towards the heating, the heating being repaired. I don't think so. Cheeky bees. Yeah, we've just ordered, well, we've not ordered it yet. We just inquired about ordering a big load of wood to come, to have it delivered by the shed load rather than just keep buying a little bag at a time, which doesn't last 2 minutes. And seeing as it's going to probably be my only way of heating this winter. Our Ian was saying that they're not cold upstairs, they're quite warm. So, if I light it down here and leave the door open, that they'll be nice and warm. So hey ho, that's where it'll be. So it'll be £80 to find. Yeah. £100 what for? To sweep the chimney? Is it? Yeah, it'll be £80 to get this wood, so we'll see how long it lasts and how long it burns for. Can but try, can we? 8, 10, 12, 14. Oh, I've only got 16. I need some more. 17, 18. My son's inquiring about having a log burner put up in his place upstairs, but the bloke hasn't been to give him an estimate yet. It all depends, doesn't it, how much it's going to cost. But the electric's just going to go up and up and up. I don't know about America, but over here, oh gosh. People are just going to freeze out there, going sitting in the libraries or something, sitting somewhere where it's warm. It said on my Facebook that Asda was starting doing like a deal, where you got a bowl of soup and a roll, and if you were over 60, you got it for, I don't know whether it was free or it was quite cheap, but typical, our Asda doesn't do it. Hi, Magali. Excuse the coughing. So I'm starting another virus show because it's the only thing I can do while I'm talking to you. I'll still go wrong, but not as much. So, like I say, I was making this headband, but the pattern was wrong. I just paid £2.50 for a pattern that was wrong, which I'm not happy about. Still, never mind, we live and learn, don't we? Except I never seem to learn. In case you're wondering about the cakes, I'm not using them all. My friend is sharing them with me. So in case you're thinking I've got bonkers, buying so many cakes of wool, of yarn. Well, it's cotton, actually. I know somebody kindly told me that Aldi was selling them, but it's not the same. You see, this is very thin, and it's also cotton. Whereas Aldi's are probably acrylic, and they're like a sort of an Aran weight, as far as I know, yeah. Yeah, it was something like that. It was very cheap. I know it was very cheap that you were getting this soup and a drink. But of course, our Asda doesn't even have a cafe and doesn't do it. It's typical, isn't it? We live in a deprived area where people would love a soup and a drink for £1. You probably find all the posh stores have got it when they don't really need it, if you know what I'm saying. Never mind. I keep singing life is just a dream. Oh, the awful thing is, like when I was there, Sheila, who's just lost her husband, said the Muppets was her favourite. Muppets at Christmas. And her and her husband love watching it. And she was so happy singing the Muppet song on Thursday evening. And then she goes home. Life isn't fair, is it, sometimes? And she's nowhere near as old as me. It's not like she's a golden old or anything. Oh, dearie me. Never mind, let's think of nicer things. As it said, the walrus to the what's it? That comes from a quote from something, doesn't it? Let's think of some nicer things. Yeah, our Asda doesn't even have a cafe, so they're not going to be doing it, are they? And there isn't an Asda in Cleveland, as far as I'm aware. So you'd have to travel miles just to get your pound soup, wouldn't you? Oh, my new scooter. Guess what? It goes 35 miles to a charge. So that should save on the electric. Because I shouldn't have to charge it every time I come back from anywhere. I could go as far as Blackpool if I wanted, but I don't want to. I don't like Blackpool. I've said that before. It's not my favourite place. Everybody's going, oh, it's great at Blackpool. I'm like, really? Oh, I'm definitely coming down with a cold. No, the Asda in Fleetwood doesn't do it, only me. It's they don't have a cafe. It's not that they wouldn't do it, but they don't have a cafe. Yes, my scooter's got a woohoo. If I can find my phone, wherever I've put it, I have a little picture of it somewhere. I do have a picture. He's got sides that roll down. Toot, 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 toot. Here I come. Isn't it great? Ooh. I didn't want one with a permanent, like a car, because in the summer they would be unbearably hot, wouldn't they? I've got a cow catcher. I didn't notice that. Oh, it'll stop me getting soaking wet every time I go anywhere, Connie. It isn't fun when you want to go out and you get wet through. It's not so bad if you get wet through on the way home, because at least when you come in, you can get changed, put your jammies on, can't you? And I got one of them hoodie things. Ooh, I keep meaning to show it you, and I keep forgetting. One of those hoodie, cuddly things. I don't mind getting wet on the way home. Well, I do mind, but see, I told you I'm getting a cold. But it's less horrible, isn't it, if you get wet on the way home? But when you get wet going somewhere and you've got to sit there in your wet trousers and everything. And it's not only that, but if the seat gets wet on your scooter, it's got stitching down it. And the rain soaks into the stitching. So for days afterwards, when you sit on the seat, the wet comes up and wets your bottom all over again. Windshield wipers, I don't think so. I think you've got to just keep leaning out and giving it a wipe. See through the rain, who cares? I'll just mow everybody down. Oh, and you have to sit. I can remember when I was a youngster, teenager, we always went to the cinema on a Sunday. And I don't know why, but it sticks in my mind how wet we used to get. And then we used to we had big coats in those days because everybody went on the bus, so you always had a big coat, didn't you? And steam used to be rising from you when you were sitting in the cinema. And everybody was wet and steaming because nobody had cars back in the day. So you kind of couldn't see the screen for all this steam rising. You're getting a brew to settle your nerves. I think you had a boyfriend like I always used to find. Only mine were always married. Like I said, separated from the wives by the distance of the bed, you know. Oh, yeah, we're separated. I can't take you back to mine because of house share. Yeah, your house share with your wife, yeah. Bye-bye, you're gone. Hey. That was back in the day when I used to. No, I haven't driven it yet because they haven't got them in yet. But I am having a test drive before I say yes, I'm having it for sure. Quite what I will do if it shakes me about, I don't know. But it's supposed to have really good suspension and it's got pneumatic tyres. This one that I've got on loan has pneumatic tyres, but yeah, I always got the married ones, yeah. I did, Nathan. This one's got pneumatic tyres and so it should be okay. Mine's got, this one I borrowed's got pneumatic tyres, but the smaller wheels. So I'm afraid I'm hitting every bump with it, yeah. Oh, why do men always think they can get away with it, Sha? Stupid, yeah. Women are far better liars, aren't they? Mind you, I think if you were married, the guy, a guy you were dating wouldn't even care. As somebody once cynically said to me, a slice off a cut loaf is never missed. I said, what? He said, I don't mind if you're married. I said to him, I can't go out with you, I'm married. He said, oh, they're the best kind. Married. I said, what do you mean you're the best kind? He said, you don't want to marry me. He said, you don't want any more kids. He said, you don't want to move in. He said, yeah. He said, and a slice off a cut loaf's never missed. Cheeky devil. Men, sometimes. I know you're not all like that, but some of the men are a pits. I have got a sore throat coming on. Oh, jolly dee. Oh, joy, oh, joy. You never heard that phrase before. It's quite one I have heard quite a lot, unless it's just a northern thing. I know some men are. I used to wish that their wives would find them on these dating sites. You do, don't you? You wish that the wives would see them and see what they were up to. With their fake photos and the photographs of when they were young or the son's photo they put on. A friend said to me the other day, look at this guy. She said, what would he be doing with me? And he looks a bit in his 30s. And I said, I bet that's not his photo. I said, that's probably his son. She says, oh, he says it's him. I said, yeah, they all do that. Yeah, 20-year-old photo. Oh, God, yeah. When I was looking for love, when I was in my 50s, oh, some of the things that turned up, they look nothing like their photo. God knows when their photos were took. Definitely not recent. Oh, yeah, and they were always a lot heavier. They always had big beer guts hanging out as well. Yeah, your profile picture is a Polaroid, yeah. Or your bus pass. I'd rather it was the bus pass, at least it'd be more up to date, wouldn't it? My daughter-in-law accidentally washed my son's wallet. So he'd left all his cards to dry and his driver's license was there, you know, the picture. I said, bloody hell, Ian. I said, you look like convict 99. His mugshot isn't the word for it. I said, I hope you never have to produce that driver's license for any ID. You look like a thug. I was always truthful when I was on there. I put an up-to-date photograph. I put a photograph of my full length so that they knew I was a big girl. And yet the number of people who arrived and said, oh, I didn't know you was that big. And I'm like, well, I didn't lie. I didn't put a 20-year-old photograph up of me where I had a beautiful figure. I did say I was overweight and I put a photograph on, yeah. And yet they're saying, oh, you're a bit big. And I'm like, huh? You know, I think I was the only one who had a truthful photograph on there. I gave all that up years ago. Can't be bothered anymore now. Not looking for love, not looking for anything anymore. The only thing I love these days are clothes, a crochet pattern, some yarn. Hi, Denise. Oh, having said that, I did get tempted. You know, I didn't buy any hand-dyed yarn when I went to Yarndale. Well, I watched Not Quite Enough Yarn, as she called Leslie. She had this gorgeous, it was from Floof yarn, Floof something or other. And it was Halloween colours. It was all like oranges and purples and whatever. And it was on Etsy. So one accidentally fell in my basket. So, but I did say I was going to buy one hand-dyed yarn when I went to Yarndale, and I didn't. I was going to make myself a pair of, you know, arm warmers. So I'll let you know when it arrives, yeah. It's a nice name, isn't it? Floof yarns. Floof. Floof. No, I didn't get the cones that she got. No, I just got that. I did notice Ross was back. Yes, thank goodness for that. I hope the trolls leave him alone this time. Poor soul. Either that or he's learnt to ignore them. I just get those awful pornographic things put on my comments. Whenever I see them, I remove them. Ross, he smells like yarn. He smells like... Oh, God. Somebody tell me, it smells like yarn? Something like that. Smells great, guy, is it? Yeah, he's lovely. Yeah. I did notice he was back, yeah. Yes. No, if you see any pornographic links, please just ignore them and don't click on them, whatever you do. They're not there at my request. I don't know why they still. I report them every time. Yeah, I did see that she got because I think she does funerals, doesn't she, Nathan? I think she's ordained to do funerals, and it was somebody's funeral that she was doing, and they said, "Do you want any cones?" Yeah. I mean, she didn't go mad. She didn't get a tractor and trailer, did she? Which is what some of us would have done. Not me, of course. I'm being good. She said, Pinocchio. At least what I'm buying now, I'm not buying with my bank money. I'm buying with the money that I got from selling the other yarn. So I don't feel too badly about it, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad Ross decided to come back. It was awful that he got trolled when he did, yeah. Oh, she did she? I must have missed that. I watched Zoe. Oh, I need to look for that. Maybe she did a short, yeah. She's very busy with all her. She's got a job now, um, doing like admin work, so she hasn't got as much time to sit and crochet or knit like she used to. I still talk to her, on on YouTube through the messenger. Sue's got COVID. My friend in Scotland. She doesn't know she got it, but she's got COVID. But she does volunteer in a charity shop, and then she also works 3 mornings a week as a carer. So she could have caught it anyway. She said she wasn't really poorly with it. She just felt a bit off. They keep telling me to go for my COVID injection, but that awful cough I had? Well, maybe it's a coincidence, but I got that cough after I had my last COVID injection. I'm not exactly sure whether she's a proper ordained vicar or whether she's just, one of these alternative funerals. Are you with me? Not religious funerals, the alternative type funeral that's just sprouting up everywhere. Oh, excuse me, sniffing. Not very ladylike, is it? She's a celebrant, is she? I thought she wasn't a proper, well, I say proper vicar. That sounds horrible, doesn't it? I mean, you know what I mean? She's not a best marriages and deaths vicar, is she? We've got a sort of funeral home near us that's one of those, where you do. No, I don't know what they call them. Do they call them funerals? Oh, my fire. Just hang on a moment while I see to my fire. I think it's going out. I'll get in trouble if it goes out. Oh no, it's not gone out. It's still burning. It might need another log. Put some wood on the fire, Mother. Oh, oh yes, it's nearly going out. I need to put some wood on. If I put 2 pieces on, it might last a bit longer. See what I mean? I'm a walking deck chair. I liked it online, but I don't like it now. Oh, 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 oh. No, I don't think she works in an undertaker's. Yeah, she works with them. But people ask her to do this sort of service. It's kind of non-denominational type, not religious. Or I'm well versed in that, yeah. What, you like the dress? Do you want it? I'll send it to you, Nathan. You could wear it as a dressing gown. That'd be a bit big. It's got weirdy arms as well. It's got weird arms. Look at that. I mean, excuse the fact it's not been ironed, but it's got weird arms. It's got elastic on it. I'm sure you'd look very sweet prancing around the house with a dressing gown on like this, Nathan. Ah, I don't think I'll ever wear it again. I put it on today. I like the way when she comes on show us, goes, "Hello, my lovelies." And she refers to her husband as himself, doesn't she? But when she showed this yarn, this fluff yarn, she got it as a birthday present, I think. No, I've not seen Shad. He might be moving though, Shad. Didn't he say he was moving? Or am I making that bit up? You know, to his tiny house. Has he finished it yet? I think he's ready for moving. I can't remember what he said. She knits a lot, doesn't she? Yeah, I'm sure he said he was moving. Oh, do you know, I've got a brain of a goldfish. I really don't retain information. She's called Leslie. Not quite enough yarn, I think it's called. Or not quite enough distance. She keeps changing the title of her of her videos. Yeah, she's got a way with words, hasn't she? I forgot about her for a while. I didn't watch her for a while, actually. Hi, Jane. And then I remembered her, and then I went to see. YouTube is funny, you know, they don't send you notifications anymore. I watch Crochet Rocks, and Tracy always says, press the notification, you know, notificate, press the subscribe button, press the notification, and press the bell for all videos. And I don't get notifications, do I, Heck? Yeah, she's in a drumming group, isn't she? She does drumming practice and everything. I don't know where she is. I know she's south of me, but I don't know where. Yeah. Crochet Rocks is getting a she shed. Her husband's doing up well, it was a caravan, a big caravan, and he's stripped it all out and he's making it into a she shed for her. Well, I don't know whether they're sharing it, actually. He might have part of it as his workshop, yeah. Oh, with a beaver, yeah. It was a nice little beaver, though, wasn't it? Did you like that wool, Connie? I've ordered some. That Halloweeny type wool that she got for herself with her birthday money. I'll show it you when it arrives. It's really bright. Oranges and purples and oh yes, lovely. Yeah, well, I went on eBay and I was very, very naughty, but I did say I was going to buy one skein of hand-dyed yarn at Yarndale, and I didn't. So that was me one skein of hand-dyed yarn, not from Yarndale, but the thought was there. Thought was there. I just got overwhelmed at Yarndale. I really did. Yeah, it was only the one, Connie. I didn't go mad. I just went the one. And these cakes, I'm sharing them with a friend, so they're not all mine. She liked the dark ones. She's taken a few of the dark ones. Yeah, the ones with the greys and the navy blues. That's her kind of thing that she likes, yeah. She sold, yeah, she sold two. Has she? I think she's sold one and got orders for two. I've sold two. But I haven't really pushed the others yet, yeah. Yeah, I'm allowed one skein, aren't I, Jane? Because I'd saved up to get one and didn't buy it, yeah. I don't go mad. I only ever spend what I can, yeah. I'm not one of these who spends the rent money, you know, just to get another skein of yarn. No, these days I don't, well, I say I don't buy to hoard. I have bought things I haven't used yet. So I suppose that can be classed as a bit of a hoarding situation. But I don't have half as much as I did have, so. And it all fits in my shed tidy. There's nothing all over the floor and there's nothing piled in bags anywhere. It's all nicely, neatly on the shelves. Well, there's something in a bag over there, actually. There's two bags there. One with that cotton in that Rosie got. And the other one's got the bag with these in, yeah. So I am littering my lounge, but nothing as bad as some people. Oh. You know, I don't have wool like shoved behind the settee and stuff. I'm not that bad. You know, when you open the drawer and everything pops out. Oh dear. I've seen some videos in the past, not recently, in the past where people have got like a garage completely full, and I mean completely full. Or they've got a room that's just chock-a block. And you're thinking, oh my God, that is hoarding. I mean, it was the same in that where Leslie got those cones from. She'd got them from this woman who'd passed away, and she'd hoarded everything. Yeah. She could have got a removal van, I think, by the sound of it. My son's finished with the camper van as he's got to tweak a few bits and bobs yet, but it's finished. They can sleep in it. Although they didn't have a very nice sleep the last time they used it because they camped on my daughter-in-law's daughter's drive and it slopes. So they were kind of rolling out of bed a bit. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You can't get a mouse. Yeah. No, I only ever buy wool if it's spare money. If you're with me, I would never buy wool at the expense of anything else. You know, I never did, even when I used to buy more than I do. Always paid my bills. Why they're all going up, aren't they? We won't talk about that. It's very depressing. You dread the winter, don't you? I know that. She had a wardrobe full of them, didn't she, that woman? Wardrobe full and drawers full. Oh. Mind you, I had quite a few, but when I moved, I gave them all to Sonia. If you know Sonia, Sonia's crafts and stuff. Oh, God, yeah. It was always that way with me when I was married at first and didn't have any money. And you used to put your money in little piles, didn't you? You know, that's for the gas, that's for the electric, and, you know, and if there wasn't a lot for food, well, you just did what you could, didn't you? You know what I mean? Baked potatoes and beans and stuff. But the bills always had to come first. Talk about Rosie. Oh, God, Rosie. Told you she's had me ball of cotton all round the house, yeah. Some of the wool did. It's to make it run better on the machine, Nathan. Some pure wool machine combs used to snag. Um, I didn't used to oil my wool. I used to run them over beeswax. I used to have a beeswax thing. You know when you have those antennas sticking up on knitting machines. I used to have a little round ring with beeswax in, and it just coats the yarn so it makes it easier to knit on your machine. Because some of the pure wool used to drag. But I don't think. Well, I don't know whether she's got a knitting machine or not. Can't remember if Leslie's got a machine or not. She maybe just used to go into hand knit it or something. So they did used to put, it's not so much an oil, I think, it's more like a lanolin they used to put on it. Oh, she does have a machine, yeah. I sold both of mine before, well, practically gave them away before I moved here. I wouldn't have had the room for them. I've still got my little Addies. You know, I've got my Addie small one and my Addie big one, yeah. Which had not come out of hibernation yet. They're still. Well, that was the trouble with me. I didn't use mine very much either. I did at first when I got them. I used to, well, not make me living on them. I used to make me pin money on them. I used to make lacy cardigans and sell them in the shop when I had the shop. Little old dears used to buy them. You know, 3 and 4 ply done in lacy patterns. Little old dears used to buy them for their holidays. Order them in all different pastel colours, yeah. Yeah, I thought I saw like a weaving loom in the background, yeah. Oh, Rosie, she's had my son's socks. One of my wrist strap things, you know, that go around your thumb and your wrist. She's had one of them. She's had me wool. Worn a piece of wood. She's chewed a piece of wood up. She's like a chipmunk. Both her and Trixie like wood. And there's a wood basket by the side of the log burner. And they're both quite happy. You think they wouldn't get fed. They both quite happily chomp their way through wood. And yet they don't even look for a mouse. Ariane was stood there talking to Rosie the other day. Rosie said, "You're a terrier. Terriers are supposed to chase rats and mice. Now, come on, girl. Get with it and do your job." And she's going like this. I mean, she is a love. I can't say anything. She's so loving. She is a loving little dog. But she's just a pain in the bum sometimes, yeah. Trixie isn't a chewer really, apart from the wood. But Trixie's like a bit brain dead. She's just not. Sad to say. If you own a French bulldog, they're a little bit brain dead. They're not the sharpest pencil in the box, you know what I mean? I think she's only just about learned sit. 3 rounds of puppy club. And a rosette, and she still can't sit and stay and go. And like, She's sort of like one of those. You talking to me? You talking to me? One of them kind of dogs, yeah. What did you say? Did you say shit or sit? Oh dear. Never mind. She got a face on you, what the good love. She really has. Thug. She's a thug. Hey. I like doing patterns that I've done before. A rebel, you've got one, Nathan. You know what they're like. Farty pants, yeah. She's not even cute, Jane. Now, Rosie, yeah, she's absolutely lovely. But Trixie, nah. I look at her and I think, I'll try to love you, girl, but, you know, you're not appealing to me at all. She just doesn't appeal to me. I'm sorry, but she just doesn't. Well, she's a rebel without a clue. Nathan. They were fighting over a blanket this afternoon. Tearing up and down with this blanket. Oh, Rosie's a rebel, yeah. Yes, they do. I used to think that my boxer could toot stinky toots. But believe me, this little one, she can clear a room. It's, it is absolutely, Nathan did already warn me about that when we got her, yeah. They are a foul. I think they must go down as the stinkiest dogs in existence. And if she does happen to poop somewhere, you can't mistake the fact. You know, you couldn't ignore it if you tried. You're like, oh God, what's that? It's Trixie. Or as she gets her full title when she's been naughty, Trixabelle. I can't understand how people go wrong with this virus show because it just sort of rolls off my hook with me. Yeah, I've heard loads of people say, oh, I made one, but I'll never make another. And I'm like, what? And yet you make corner-to-corner blankets, you know. Ooh, the most noddy-off blanket in the world. Is that what it is, Nathan? They're taking extra air. I think my son must do that when he's having a drink. Especially if it's Guinness. Faces that I pull like that always finish up as being my, you know, that little thumbnail. I'm sure somebody at YouTube hates me. Oh, let's pick the most ugly photograph we can find of her and make that into the thumbnail. It tickles me when they do it, though, and they make a noise and they turn around and they stare at you. You know. And you're like, it wasn't me, it was you. And they go, super loud fighter jets. We had a bit of an air display a few weeks back. And it was very noisy round here, yeah. Mind you, we live close to one of the RAF bases here. And they're not allowed to make a lot of noise, but sometimes they do. They fly over the water, and I'm sure they break the sound barrier. It's a real noise sometimes. And they're not supposed to. We get Chinooks as well going over. They make a racket. And then, of course, we get the air ambulance. It landed on the near the seafront again the other day when we were in the cafe. Apparently some bloke on one of the side streets had a heart attack. Hello, Granny D. Hello, 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 Granny D. It's a squirrel raid. One squirrel so far. I'm sure other squirrels will follow. Hi, Lulu. Hello to you too. Well, the air show was down. I think it was at Blackpool, actually. But obviously, Blackpool's not that far from us. When the air ambulance goes round, of course, or especially if they've lost somebody at sea and they're going round and round and round and round. That's not the air ambulance, though. That's the air sea rescue. They make a racket as well. People don't read the signs. There's signs all over the place that certain parts of this beach are not safe to bathe. And it's got big signs up. But yeah, you always get some twit that wants to, oh yeah, it's fine. Go in. Hello, Mrs. Yukon. Yeah. You miss Granny D's today. How dare you? Well, I miss Granny D every time. So I can't speak, can I? I don't know why I miss Granny D's lives. I just do. I think I made one once. It's either I'm doing something or it's tea time or something's happening in my life. I don't know why I miss them, but I do. And I don't do it on purpose, Granny D. I just seem to be doing other things when you're there. And I have this thing, I don't like watching lives when they're not lives, you know? Yeah, Chrissy. Yeah, I did see that Chrissy had passed away, yeah. She was poorly, wasn't she, last year, yeah. Yeah, everybody's passing away. It must be the wrong kind of season. Mind you, they're elderly and they get COVID and that, it does knock them for six, doesn't it? I'm putting off having my COVID jab because that's where I got this awful cough. Might have been a coincidence. I'm not saying it is. But it just seemed to be funny that I got this really hacking cough after I'd had the last injection, yeah. Hello, Tammy, and hello, Isaac. Hello. It is the American lives are always at the wrong time for me. I know the first time I did one of those Google Hangouts with somebody in America, I was like, oh, we're talking and we're not even on the telephone. I was just like, I'm a bit a technophobe, if you know what I mean. I couldn't believe I was talking to somebody and they could hear me without any kind of a delay or anything like that. It was honestly. Oh, Joe's nan's passed away as well. Have you got to wear a suit? Can you not wear smart jacket and pants? Because you don't really get wear out of a suit these days, do you? You could always save it to get married in, couldn't you, Nathan? I don't think she would bother if it wasn't a suit, Nathan. It's sort of cheaper sometimes to get like two bits, isn't it? You know, a jacket and some smart pants, yeah. The smart pants always come in handy, don't they? You can always wear them with a sweater, you know, if you're going out for a drink or something. But suits, I don't think many people wear suits these days. Unless you're getting married, like I say. Is it too expensive to hire one, Nathan? Just hire suits for the day. I'll go to the second-hand shop or, you know, a charity shop, see if they've got any suits that would fit you. Because buying suits is so expensive these days, especially when you're not going to get a lot of wear out of them. It's not exactly something that you could wear to go down to Aldi in, is it really, you know? Yeah. I wouldn't spend too much, Nathan. I'm sure Joe's grandma won't mind, yeah. Now I hope people wear bright colours at mine. Maybe I should stipulate that. Come as boho as you wish. My son didn't even wear a suit when he got married. He got married in a kilt. I think he did have a suit, but I think he hired it. It was for his best. He was best man at his friend's wedding. I think he hired a suit for that. I don't think he's had a suit. I think my son's only worn a rented suit. I don't think he's ever owned one. People just don't. I mean, when I was young, all the young men used to wear suits to dance and stuff like that. Because it was like the fashion trend, like it's a fashion trend for everybody to wear such a trousers now. Yeah, if you get black slacks, a white shirt, and a black tie, you know, you don't need to wear a suit. You could wear a black bomber jacket, even, you know, anything like that, or a leather jacket if you've got one. People don't bother too much about actually wearing a suit. Hang on a minute, what's going on here? Aha, silly, silly. Silly, silly, went wrong, wrong, wrong. That's with talking and being a bit cocky, thinking you know the pattern, Jonathan, you don't. But I know when I've gone wrong, so that's easy. No, as I say, I wouldn't rush to get a suit, Nathan. Just get a black slacks. You can always wear them up, can't you? White shirt, put it on one side. You can wear that anytime, can't you? Black tie's always useful for funerals. But you could get like a black zipper jacket or something that you would wear again, you know. Yeah, I don't think people wear suits anymore unless they've already got them. I mean, in my generation, everybody had a funeral suit, you know, whether it fitted them or it didn't. Or if they didn't have one, they used to borrow one off a friend, yeah. But people don't. That's why it's not a good idea to pay a lot for a suit, Nathan. Maybe it might not fit you next year, if you put a bit of weight on. Not that I'm saying that you will, but if you do, it won't fit you. So I just wouldn't spend a lot. I'm sure Joe's grandma wouldn't want you to. Hi, Jean. 2, 4. Yeah, my son wears his kilt for that reason, Chris. You can let it out. He's a bit heavy at the moment, although I don't like telling him. He came in before just wearing his tracksuit bottoms and no t-shirt, and I thought, oh, we have got a little bit more love handles than we did before. But I didn't tell him, even though I'm his mum. I didn't tell him. I don't believe in pointing out people's imperfections. I might think them, but I don't point them out. What does it matter, Nathan? Just put it on for the whatever and take it off when you get to the reception. Oh, it's all to do with naval uniforms, but I don't think Nathan's got one of them to worry about. I don't think he needs to wear his medals, do you, Nathan? No, I'm not bothered if nobody wears black for mine. If you all wear flowers in your hair, I don't care, and that's the guys as well, yeah. I want a nice, colourful bohemian funeral with lots and lots of flowers. There is no way I am going to say no flowers by request. Bring it on. Oh, I know. My weight is sort of keeping off, but it goes up by a few pounds and down by a few pounds on a regular basis. So long as it's not going up, 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 I'm not right bothered. I would love to lose more weight, but if I don't, I'm happy where I am. I mean, my diabetic nurse would love me to lose more weight. My knees would love me to lose more weight. My spine would love me to lose more weight. But am I that bothered? No. I'm not one of these people who's a slave. Like, oh, I'm not eating that. It's full of calories. I used to have a friend that was like that. Oh, it's full fat. Oh, Nathan, watch yourself. My dad, awful where you was. You will look fine to me, but you worked so to lose that other weight. So try not to put it back, love. I mean, unless people are unhealthily fat, I've got no issue because I'm no lightweight, so I'm the last one that should call anybody for putting weight on. It does upset me when I see young ones about 20 and they're absolutely huge. And I'm like, your health, your heart, your knees, what are you going to be like when you get to 60 and 70? And you've got all that fat around your heart. I was never this big until I was older. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. When I was younger, I worked at the wool shop. I was up and down the ladders, up and down. The stock room was upstairs, up and down the stairs, up and down the ladder, because we had floor to ceiling higher than this shelving. So I was always up. You could guarantee everybody wanted something that was up there. Can I look at that one up there? Why did it look more attractive when it was up there? I don't know, but it did. And when the wool used to come in, it used to come in great big sacks, and I used to lug it up the stairs, And that's what used to keep me weight down. All that running about. And of course, when you've got little ones, well, I only had one little one, but he was one of those people used to say, why do you have him on reins? I had him on reins because if I didn't have him on reins, he would have been dead by now because no road sense, straight off the pavement. And you can't grab them fast enough, I'm sorry, but you can't. They're like, whip it quick. And everybody used to like sneer and say, oh, have you got him on reins? I said, it's for his own good. The number of times he would have dashed into the road. They've no road sense, babies, no road sense whatsoever. Unless you got them permanently gripped to you, you've got no chance of saving them. You'd be heartbroken if they got run over, wouldn't you? So I'd rather he look stupid wearing a reins than being under a bus, you know. I've got nothing but admiration for a woman who puts her baby in reins and doesn't mind what the people say, yeah. Yeah, babies don't. 2-year-olds obey you when they feel like it, don't they? But if they see a dog or something attractive or a friend on the other side of the road, they're like one-man focus. Dogs are as bad. My dog would walk by my heel everywhere I went. But every time we went anywhere near the road, main road, he went on his lead. I mean, towards the end, he hadn't got a dash in him, but I would have never forgiven myself if he'd have gone into the road. If somebody had startled him and he'd have run in the road. So I was the same with the dog as I was with my child, yeah. I didn't have him on reins if we went to a park or somewhere like that. It was only if we were near roads. And he was a good kid. He wasn't really a naughty kid. Mischievous. Oh, boy, was he mischievous. But that's just a normal boy, isn't it, really? But he wasn't destructive or, you know, like you see some kids who throw things everywhere, spit, you know. Oh, no, he was never like that. Willful, yeah. Mischievous, yes. A little bit naughty, yes, but not. Hi, Enid. I see some kiddies out in town and I'm like, hello, would you just have a little bit of discipline with your child? It's going to grow up into a brat. I've had kids come up and thump me in the street and I'm like, whoa, what's all that about? And the mothers just say, he's in a bit of a bad mood today. A bit of a bad mood? You do not go up and thump an old lady. You're exhausted and it's 3:30. What have you been up to, Enid? Dare we ask? What you been doing, Enid? Oh, God, managing a bunch. Oh, God, yours are probably better behaved as well. What's all this? Oh, don't be a naughty little boy, Jason, Fred, Wilbur. You're not making Mummy very pleased with you. The kids go, tell you, my son would have pulled his tongue out at me. He'd have had no tongue. Yeah, there was a boy on my street that thought it was funny to throw rocks at my kid. Till he come a little bit too close to me one day, and I yanked him round the corner of the privet. That's a big head, so his mother couldn't see. I said to him, "You throw one more brick." I said, "The next one will be on your head, and it'll be one of them." And I pointed to a big brick off the wall. "One of them will be hitting you. You throw any more stones and bricks at my son." "I'll go and tell my mum." I said, "Go on, bring it down." I said, "I'll tell her what you're up to." Didn't throw any more stones. Haven't you got an enclosure? Haven't you got like a hedge or something, or a fence or something? If you haven't, I would get one. Barbed wire. I know you're not allowed it anymore, but chicken wire, anything. Just tell them you have a Rottweiler that hates kids. Stick your foot out when they're running past and say, "Oh dear, did you trip?" It's amazing how successful that is. When you shoot your foot out at the wrong moment when they're running by. Bang! Oh, so many kids these days don't have any discipline whatsoever. And then they wonder why they grow up into be thugs. It all starts with the parents as children. Stick a few spikes in a beanie. I don't mean the kids, I mean the Halloween decoration. Oh dear, did you prick your finger? What shame. You might get gangrene, it might fall off then. My 5-year-old wasn't out in the street on his own. He might have been in the backyard on his own, but it was enclosed. He couldn't get out. I'll have a couple of glasses of wine. It's a Saturday. If you haven't got any wine, get a drop of the hard stuff. A lot of parents seem to think it's up to school to teach them manners and stuff. It's not up to school, it's up to you. Well, not you, I'm not talking about anybody on here. I mean, it's up to the parents to teach them manners. Nothing to do with the school. The damage is already done when they reach school and they start thumping all the other kids about, being a bully and being all that. Get your HRT in and swig it down with some wine. Oh, I would. I'd say, what's wrong with your yard? Go and play in it. Oh, no wonder they come to your yard giving them snacks. No, I'd give your kids snacks and say, oh, you go home. Let your mother feed you. Yeah, well, you see, we're in the minority. We are. I used to discipline my son for being cheeky, being naughty, pulling his tongue out, stuff like that. But so many people think it's right, especially if they swear. Some of the kids today, they swear. Horrible language for a kid. I don't even like it from an adult. You hear them riding their bikes past and they're effing and jeffing at each other. And I'm like, they're about 8-year-olds. And I'm like, my God, I didn't even know any swear words when I was 8. Yes, you need to. Not ladylike, Enid, not ladylike. The young girls today swear more than the boys. I'm like, what does their parents think? Or do they not do it in front of their parents? If my son accidentally swears, he always says, oh, sorry, Mum, if I hear him. And I go, and I think so too, yeah. Well, you don't have to be a lady, but you don't have to be a sailor. You know, you don't have to swear like a sailor. Or wear leggings that see-through, where your briefs are showing underneath. Or those horrible ones that are the same colour as your flesh. What is that trend when they look as though they're naked in public? I can't understand that. And it's always the big ones who wear them. Half the ones wearing leggings. Sorry, darling, but have you not got a mirror? Nice little slim girl wearing leggings looks quite nice. But a one with a big backside like that does not look nice in leggings. If you're going to wear leggings and your backside's that big, at least wear a top that covers it. We don't wish to see your pants, you know. Yeah, they do. When you see flesh-coloured ones, yeah. Oh, what a classy lady. Nice swoosh tattoo when wearing white spandex leggings. Oh, the things I used to have to sort of deal with when I was at Salford Job Centre. Oh, my God. Look, Chris, mint. Sue has got COVID. Oh, bless her. Oh, my goodness, yeah. I wear baggy clothes. I don't squash myself. There's nothing makes you look fatter than if you squash yourself into something too small. When they squash themselves in jeans and they've got this massive muffin top hanging over the top. It's very soft and squishy. It's an aero. Peppermint aero. Very sticky though. Can't eat much of it. Now I've got sticky fingers. Oh, those nude leggings. They're bad enough on somebody slim, but I'm a great big fat lump. Yeah, you get this big fat guy who's never seen the gym, dressed in trainers and joggers and everything, and you're thinking, who are you trying to kid? You've never been near a gym in your life, you know. I always made sure my bottom was firmly covered up. I still do, even though I've lost a lot of weight, but there's nothing worse, is there? To see somebody wearing a crop top and too tight trousers with that big bulge in between that looks like a a blueberry muffin that's been overcooked. Yeah. Just because it's fashion doesn't mean it suits everybody. There's lots of things that are fashion that I like to see, but I know very well I wouldn't suit it, you know. Have they got no? Yes, it's fashionable. Yes, everybody's wearing it, but I haven't got that figure for it, yeah. It's worse still when you're 5'2". You look like a mushroom with some things on because you're not tall enough to carry them off. You know, when big shoulders and that were all the fashion, they just didn't suit me because, oh, Elise, yes, she's moving, isn't she? I don't think I'd have moved quite before my house was ready, though. I know she's moved in with her boyfriend, but, you know, she'd be parted from all those clothes, and that doesn't suit her, does it? She likes to change clothes about 3 times a day, doesn't she? Oh, I wear a swimsuit when I'm going swimming, even though when I was bigger. I don't wear anything that's too revealing, you know, with bits hanging out of it, and you know, and I don't wear a bikinis for sure, yeah. But I think if you're wearing an ordinary, nicely fitted swimwear, yeah. It tickles me she wears such gorgeous clothes to painting, that Elise. And you're like, cover it up, don't wear that. Kneeling on the ground, planting plants in a beautiful dress and nice sandals. And I'm thinking, oh, for God's sake, put your wellies on or something. I'd be absolutely covered in soil and everything. Hello, Rosie. What you doing? Eh? What you doing, little girlie? Eh? What you doing, Rose? She's so dark. I bet if I put the camera on her, you won't see her. Oh, she's off again. Is she going? Oh, she's sniffing under the sofa. Have you seen the mouse again, Rosie? Find the mousey. Hmm? Find the mouse. Where's the mouse? Where is it? Have you found it? She's looking at me as if to say, what's the mouse? Look, she's going again. She's gone again. Leaving the door open. Oh, you look at me fire. Oh, me fire, me fire, me fire. Oh, I should have put my knee brace on. Oh. Need another couple of pieces on the fire. Feed the fire with loads of wood. There we go. Oh, you got some of the bamboo. Yeah, I've got the bamboo. Hey, Gloria. Miss Glow's Crochet Creations. Oh, that's a nice name, isn't it? I haven't got anything nice like that. Oh, I wonder how Denise is doing. Dear Design, she's gone to see her mum and dad, hasn't she, in Spain? I bet she's not cold. She's been doing some fabulous knitted shawls. I can't knit on circular needles, so I could never knit a shawl if I had the patience. She was saying she wanted to do the new Stephen West one, but that's knitting, so it's like, you know, not for me. I used to knit, I used to enjoy it, but now the minute I pick up needles, I get a sore shoulder. Life is just a dream. What's on me hook? Another dreaded virus show. It starts off cream and it goes into like sort of autumn colours, burnt orange, yellow and orange, and then it finishes up with brown. So that's what's on my hook today. People don't like crocheting them, and yet I can just do them for fun. I go wrong occasionally, but more or less it's in my head now. Ophelia Talks Crochet, Granny Square. Is it granny squares as in different colours or granny squares as in all one colour? I'd like to do one granny square cardigan, but all in the one colour. I think that looks nice. You know, say you just choose a cream or something. I mean, black, yeah, but who wants to crochet black granny squares? Willfully? No. Yeah, it would be nice, like a cream one. Just in cream itself, with no other colours, just cream. I think would be nice for summer. I have crochet with black yarn, but I have to be under very strong craft light or in daylight to crochet black. And I have to wear my glasses because, you know, it's hard. And people always say that to me. Oh, I'd love that shawl, but in black. I mean, this is one I made a long time ago. It's been all around the world with me, this one. It was done in a yarn. I think it was Tricell, if you're old enough to remember Tricell. It's a gypsy shawl. I love it. It's been everywhere with me. As you can see, it's a bit raggedy now. But yeah, I do like granny square cardigans, but I've got a couple. And I've got a couple done in bright. Or if you watch Crochet Rocks, she was showing my favourite yarn on her. She does one video. She's got 3 different channels now, or 4. And one she does is just she shows yarn. And she features one yarn a week. And she was doing the boho spirit. And she showed some nice colours that I've seen on the computer, but they don't look the same as if you can see them in real life, yeah? And I thought, no. You're not making anything with it at the moment. You would just be hoarding. So I taught myself how to buying some. I've got one lovely colour actually I haven't used yet. It was a pale one with pale blues in it, and I thought it would make a lovely summer cardigan. What channel is it? She's called Crochet Rocks. You know, as in rocks falling down or rocks steady. Crochet Rocks. But she has actually got 3 channels. She's got the one that she does. I like watching it because she does reviews of the magazines like I used to do. So, you know, if you're thinking about buying like Simply Crochet or Inside Crochet or something, and you know these days they're all fastened up in cellophane or whatever, so you can't have a look in the shop. She does reviews of them, and she also does knitting ones if you knit. And she's also been doing different crochet stitches, you know, for beginners. And I think she's making a simple hat pattern at the moment. But I like it because she shows me these magazines, and if I like them, then I know I can buy them. And if I don't like them, I just pass them by. She's saving me a fortune. Love the girl. Anyway, she does this yarn of the week or something. And she was showing about 6 different colours in this boho spirit, which I absolutely love to bits. Everybody's admired those brightly coloured jackets, cardigans that I wear. That's the boho spirit. And it's quite reasonably priced. It's very much like one of, is it Red Hearts? But I'm not sure if Red Hearts still do it, actually. Because I used to buy one. It was called Dragonfly. It was gorgeous. It was like dark blues and greens. And every time I made a shawl or anything in it, they used to fly out. Everybody wanted them. Z does do videos a little bit, not as much as she did, because she's waiting to be a grandma any day now. So I think she's a bit preoccupied. But she's done a couple of short ones, and she has done some. But she hasn't done as many just recently. Like I say, I think she's waiting for this granddaughter to be born. Little Aurora. She's due before the end of the month, I think. Yeah. And I watched Seta. She's been everywhere. She's like a rolling stone, is our Seta. But I've missed a few A Little Drops of Wonderful. I need to watch her. I like her best when she does the ones with her family, when she shows where they've been visiting and where they've been, you know. Because like not being able to get out and about as much, and I like to see it through other people's eyes, if not my own, yeah. No, it's not her first grandchild, but it's the first one for a long time. She's got the little girl, hasn't she? The one that used to come and visit her, but she's a teenager now. She's 16, so she doesn't come as much now. And then she's got 2 boys somewhere, but they don't live near. So this is the first grandchild that lives near, I think, yeah. So that's why I think she's looking forward to it, because she's quite close to this son. I think the boy and the girl, they're from her daughter, I think. I don't know what that little girl was called. Somebody will remind me. What she used to have a nickname, didn't she? But I think she's about 16 now. But when she was younger, she was always at Z's. Always there. But like teenagers do, they grow away, don't they? They don't want to visit Granny anymore. I used to have to bribe my son to visit his grandma. And yet when they was little, they were like, oh, him and his granddad, they couldn't be parted, you know. But then they get to a certain age and they forget, don't they? I couldn't really forget my grandma because she only lived about 4 houses away, yeah. No, it was never that with me, with my grandmas. My grandmas were both lovely. But one of my grandmas was always poorly. She was very frail. So she was never much fun to visit, if you know what I mean. But she died before I was a teenager, so My other grandma didn't die until after I was married. Yeah, she saw my son before she passed away. But my dad's mum, she passed away. She was older. She passed away when I was only, well, in junior school. I don't know how old I would be. But like I say, she was always frail and she was always poorly. So she wasn't like a fun grandma. I won't say my other granny was a fun grandma, but she was chatty and always glad to see you, you know. My granddads, I don't really remember much of them because they both died when I was young. My mum's dad was the one I knew most. He died when I was about 7 or 8, I think. But he was absolutely broad, thick dialect Lancashire. And I used to say, oh, don't make me talk to my granddad. And my mum used to say, don't be off, go talk to your granddad. Couldn't understand him. Absolutely thick accent. Yeah. I was more close to my mum's mum, you know, because she was the one who lived until my son was born. She was quite, to say she'd had 16 kids, she was quite with it. You know, like, oh, here's Rosie again. What are you doing, Rosie? What do you want? What are you after? If you're after the mouse, then find it. Oh no, she's sitting on the sofa. She gets fed up upstairs sometimes. If the telly's a bit loud, I think it upsets her ears, so she comes down here to be quiet. Only time she likes her grandma when it's quiet. Do you like my necklace? It's got a little wooden flower, but it keeps turning around the other way. It's just on one side, yeah. Oh, that's not nice, is it? Oh, gosh, no. I mean, one of my cousins, he didn't live that long, but he was born with something really. It might have been cerebral palsy, but it was much, much worse. He was mentally handicapped. He couldn't speak. He couldn't do anything. I think he died when he was about 5 or so. But my grandma was never ashamed of him. It's not his fault he was born that way. I mean, I don't know quite what he had because when you're a kid, you don't get told, do you? But I know he had many, many issues, a poor little soul. I must ask my cousin Ian what he was called. I remember going to see him a couple of times. He used to be in a big pushchair thing. I don't think he lived past about 4, yeah. He had a lot of handicaps, though, a lot. But nobody ever shunned him in the family or anything like that. Whatever, you know. Yeah, it's one of my eBays. Oh, my nose is itchy. Got to get annoyed. But I liked it because of the flower, but the flower keeps turning round the other way. It won't stay that way up. It's all made of wood. You know, some of the necklaces you get are made of plastic, aren't they? This one's wood with, that's like a stone or something. I like unusual necklaces, you know I do. Those 2 bundles of necklaces I ordered never did come. She gave me the money back for them, but I don't think she ever posted them, to be truthful. She's got another bundle of necklaces up, which I can't swear to it, but they look very much like the ones of mine that didn't turn up. Anyway, I put another bid on. We're using them for things, you know, for this craft fair. Sarah, my friend, is using them for different things, yeah. Yeah, I made friends with a girl with cerebral palsy when I was at the job centre because she was on switchboard. She was a West Indian girl on switchboard. And her parents were so protective over her. And I had a car. But for some reason or another, whether it was because I was a lot older than she was only like in her 20s, they used to let her come out with me. And she used to enjoy it. We didn't do anything untoward or anything. We just went to shows or different things. So whether they thought I was a steadying influence and they let her come out with me, I don't know. But then she changed jobs and I didn't really see her much after that. April, she was called. Yeah, she used to like to go to different things. Like we went to a Thai food festival. There was like some Thai dancing and Thai food. And she asked me would I go with her because her parents wouldn't let her go and she wanted to go. So I did, yeah. Sarah doing well with us. Which Sarah? Which Sarah? Sarah? Tell me. Tell me which Sarah. I probably know who you mean, but I'm just gone blank at the minute, 246, which is quite normal for me to go blank. Yeah, we won't hear much from Denise, I think, for the next couple of weeks because she's gone to Spain with her hubby, gone to see her mum and dad. I was trying to think which Sarah you mean. Come on, Jean, fill me in. Tell me which Sarah. Oh, that, yeah, Sarah and Mick, I'm with you now. I know too many Sarahs, sadly. I was thinking my Sarah doesn't have a channel. Yes, she'll be, well, she won't be doing her gardening as much, will she, in her allotment? Yeah, it's a lovely girl, Sarah. Really nice girl. She's a very good friend of mine. We used to have breakfast together on a Monday when it wasn't raining because when, it was like COVID and we had to eat outside. So when it wasn't raining hard, I used to meet her for breakfast or brunch or whatever you want to call it on a Monday. We used to catch up, put the world to rights. You know how we do when two ladies are having brunch. Put the world to rights, we used to. Yeah, I miss Sarah. She's been a good friend. Well, she started off being with a friend of my son's. I think they were at school together, actually. And I sort of inherited her through my son. Yeah. Her daughter's doing wonderfully well with her crochet. Her daughter that lives in Scotland. She's done really well with her crochet. Zoe. I think she's going to America on holiday. Not Sarah. Don't think Sarah's ever left the country. Sarah's a homebody. She wouldn't stray far from her mum anyway. Her mum's quite elderly now and in a wheelchair, so she wouldn't stray away from her mum. Oh, beat to you as well. 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, I've got that Muppet song in my head now. Well, it's never going to be the same because, I'll always associate it with Sheila, who lost her husband. Because she was having such a good time singing it on Thursday evening. She was going, oh, I love the Muppets. I love this song. She was like, da, 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 da. Oh, not knowing what was going to happen. Well, it's a good we don't know, isn't it? But I'll probably lose her because all her family live in Carlisle. Her daughters live in Carlisle and her 2 sisters. So I wouldn't be at all surprised. if she doesn't sell the house here and go back and live in Carlisle. I mean, I know she's got 1 or 2 friends down here, but it's not the same, is it? It's missing your children and your grandchildren. She used to spend a lot of time in Carlisle anyway. So I think she'll go back there. If anything happened to my family here, I don't think I'd stay here. I'd want to move somewhere that was more towny, closer shops and things. You know, with not having a car or anything. I can hear my son. Oh, I'm unstable again. Please wait while you reconnect. Sorry if I went off. Yeah, Rosie's asleep on the sofa. She likes my sofa. She frightened me to death the other week. I got up in the middle of the night. I could not sleep. And in the end, I thought, just get up and read a book or do something. So I came walking in here and she didn't have to make me jump. She was sitting on the sofa. I just wasn't expecting it. It's just like a concrete jungle where we live here, Lydia. It is. They are dead. I don't like to admit it, but they are. So that's why you can hear it. It's like sitting in the cinema sometimes. Oh, you're leaving us, Lulu. Was it Cindy, I think? Bye now. Enjoy the rest of your day. The reason you can hear it only, mate, is because Rosie opened the door. And I can't shut the door because she gets a bit panicky if I shut her in. So, gosh, this cream's going on for ages. It's nice, isn't it? It would be nice, I think, to do a shawl all in cream. But not this one because this is going to go into orange soon. Oh, we used to have somebody on the street that used to come home at silly o'clock when I used to live. And their car radio used to be so loud. And I used to think, you must be so deaf. But have you ever noticed when somebody comes home in a car and it's like 3 or 4 in the morning, the car's always got about 18 doors, hasn't it? They don't just close like 4 doors. It's like bump, bump, and it's good night, at the Waltons, yeah. And all these doors are slamming and going. Oh dear. You know, a car's only got like 4 doors maximum, hasn't it? So that should be just 4 door slams. And not about equal number of good nights, yeah. How many times can you say good night? And then if it's a guy, he always hits the roof of the car, doesn't he, as it's driving away, like, da-dum. Like, you can go now, da-dum. Hi, Sina. Why do guys do that? They do it with taxis, don't they? Bump, bump on the roof when it's driving away. Your neighbour's like, yeah, we used to have a neighbour. And we used to have another one who worked funny shifts. And he was always revving his car up and everything before he... You can understand it was cold weather. And they have to run the car to get it warmed up before they get in it, or if it's snowed up or iced up. But he used to sit in it and rev it up for ages before he went. And he used to go to work about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. And you think, oh, just go. Just get in the car and drive off. It's like, oh, I'm up, everybody else is up, yeah. Oh, I'd hate to. I mean, was it Shan who had upstairs neighbours that drove her mad? My next door neighbour wasn't noisy, but they were scruffy, dirty, and he used to smoke cannabis outside the window, yeah. Oh, my house used to stink like a drug house. I used to dread anybody coming thinking out it was me. You know, in the summer when you like the patio door open. Oh, hello, Rick. Hello, Rick. Rick's in the house. Lots of stuff going on. Oh, how nice. Hi, RFB, or RBevB, not RRev. Sorry, dear, I'm changing your name. I hope it was a lot of nice stuff going on today. Not positive, you won't say. All right, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. When they smoke that skunk, it stinks the house out, doesn't it? Huh. I suppose it's all right. I mean, I've nothing against people who smoke weed. We don't all like to share it, do we, you know? He used to go outside, so I presume maybe his partner didn't like him smoking it. But when he went outside, it used to waft in my house then. He could have smoked it all he wanted in his own house, stunk his own house out. I'm reactive to perfume. Oh, God, when you get somebody next to you that's been drowning themselves in perfume, that upsets me far more than anything, yeah. I mean, my son did ask him, he said, will you go round the other side of your house and smoke? And he said, ah, well, people would see me there. He said, yeah, but we're smelling you here because you're standing right next to our patio door and it's wafting in the house. And as you know, my dog towards the end of his life, bless his little cotton socks, was incontinent slightly, yeah. The noise you can hear in the background here is my son's telly, and bear in mind he's upstairs and deaf as a post. I can't shut the door because it would upset Rosie. I can't stand strong perfume. You know, the opiums of this world and the, what have you got, the poison and stuff. Ugh, really, really strong, yeah. I like the lighter ones. In fact, I actually rather have aftershave because aftershave is not as stinky usually as perfume. Aftershave tends to smell more of lighter, you know? Oh, yeah, I do. Many, many times, Enid, many times. I can't say too much for obvious reasons, but yeah, sometimes I think I did the wrong thing. Yeah. But you can't turn the clock back, can you? So you have to deal with it as best you can. Right, Isaac, you're going to bed now, are you? You got to feed your pigeons in the morning, have you? This is so splitty, this wool. I did say splitty. And it's cotton, not wool. Luckily, none of my friends wear heavy perfume. Although my son went out last night and, oh my goodness, I said, what on earth are you wearing? So strong. I thought at first it was one of those candles, yeah. Oh, Buster, yeah. He was incontinent, bless him, as he got older. Not willfully incontinent, but he had when he had to go, he had to go. So I used to leave the patio door open for him. Hence the, weed smell coming in the door. Unless it was really, really cold, I used to leave the door so he could go out when he needed to, yeah. Oh, patchouli. Ugh. I bought a box of mixed, what did you call them? Those one things that you light. Incense sticks. And there was some patchouli in there. Oh my God, yeah. So strong. Oh, I had to sit on a plane once with a lady wearing poison. I think it was our opium. I had to ask the air hostess, could I move? So I finished up at the back, sitting on the air hostess's seat, which wasn't very comfy because they're only meant to be for landing and takeoff. But I couldn't stand sitting next to this woman. She was making me sick. I don't mean feeling sick. She was making me sick. Yeah. Am I making onesies? Oh God, no. I can't think of anything worse than crocheting a onesie unless it was for a baby. No, they can buy onesies, and please don't go to the supermarket wearing it. Do you ever look at the things that Tom Daly crochets or Gregory Stitch? I mean, Gregory Stitch, he does the most fantastic crochet things, but not for every day. I mean, they're not things you could do a trip to Walmart wearing, are they? But he does do some fantastic crochet. And like he says, it's not that long ago he was like crocheting and homeless and on the street, you know. Yeah, I'm trying to save energy. That's why we've got the log burner going. And I bought one of those hoodie things, whatever they call them. Those fur, like massive all-in-one things, yeah. Yeah, I keep forgetting to light my candle. I've got some beautiful ones that were given to me as presents like last year. And they're nice and that, and I don't know why I keep forgetting to light them. I'm not allergic to them or anything. I just keep forgetting about them. You crocheting a baby blanket, yeah. Oh, Tom Daly, yeah, he's very good with his crocheting. No, he put a picture of himself the other day wearing crochet trousers. Now, I don't think many men would wear a pair of crochet trousers unless they were really hippie. There used to be a guy years ago, sadly he's passed away now. He was very famous. He used to sell hats and toys and things on the streets of, where did he live? Ann Arbor he used to live. He was called David Spooner. Well, I don't think he was called Spooner, actually. He was called David, but not Spooner. But everybody called him Spooner for some reason or another. And he used to wear crocheted outfits and trousers and everything like that. I used to well, not chat to him, but we had conversations occasionally on Facebook. He was a very nice guy. He was very, very hippie-ish. He used to have a bit of not a farm, but a little bit of land, and he used to grow wild garlic and sell it to the restaurants in Ann Arbor, wherever Ann Arbor is. ANNARBOR. It must be a downtown place somewhere in America. Where he lived, it looked very hippie-ish, very that kind of a place where anything goes place, yeah. A bit like Martha's Vineyard, I suppose, really, isn't it? I should have been born in places like that because then I would have probably sold me crochet, made me fortune. But living here in England, no. I'm sadly, woefully. Is it Michigan? I don't know where Ann Arbor is. As I say, A-double-N, and then a separate word, A-R-B-O-R, is where he used to live. He used to walk around the streets like, wearing his crochet and selling his hats and scarves. And he used to make some little flat dolls, yeah. I don't know anything. I mean, I don't know my own geography. I'm woefully ignorant. So I definitely don't know geography in America. Oh, he was. Sadly, he died. Well, I said quite young. He was only in his 60s, which is relatively young, isn't it? Yeah, he used to wear the most fantastic hats. They were like cowboy style hats, all done in crochet. But he used to crochet them so tight that they you know, they weren't floppy. Like some people make crochet hats and they're so floppy, aren't they? But his hats used to stand up on their own, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he used to wear crochet trousers and crochet jackets. Is he 69? I know it was no age, really, is it these days? He was poorly for quite a while. I think it was cancer, I'm not too sure. I know somebody put something on about him, and I put this lovely piece about, and I think it was his daughter or his son that thanked me for putting it up there. All right, Jane, good night. Who, Jan? Spooner, he was called. He was called David something or other, but everybody knew him as Spooner. And he used to walk up and down wearing all his crochet, selling his hats and things. Everybody knew him on the streets where he lived, yeah. And he used to sell garlic to the restaurants as well. Yeah, I'd put this piece about him. Somebody had said something not very nice about him wearing all this crochet. And I went, no, I said, he was a lovely, lovely guy. I said, and he's just passed away. And I'd said, please don't put things like that on him. David Dal Carter, that would be the one. I know Spooner wasn't his real name. And I think it was either his daughter or his son thanked me for saying, sticking up for, saying what a nice guy he was and everything. I mean, I won't say I spoke to him often, but we did have chats. Famous, I think, where he lived. I don't think famous as in worldwide famous, although quite a few American film stars and things bought hats from him, and he was quite a colourful character. We need more colourful characters, that's what we need. Shall I walk up and down? Well, not walk up and down, scoot up and down with all my shawls fluttering in the wind behind me when I get my scooter. Stop me and buy one like they do with the ice cream, yeah. I used to always say I would sit and crochet on the seafront, but I never did because it was always too cold. But now I've got my new scooter coming. Maybe I can do it, yeah. Oh, famous. Honestly, some people think they're famous these days, Rick. They're a TikTok star for about 5 minutes, yeah. And they say it's like I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. And I'm like, who are they? Oh, they're a social influencer. And I'm like, what's with them? In other words, they get loads of free makeup and that and try and persuade everybody else to buy it, yeah. They do makeup videos, don't they, and stuff. And then everybody flocks to buy this makeup so they get paid for doing it. Or they get everything given them for free, don't they? Wonder why nobody's ever given me things for free. Why they've never wanted to test makeup out on me, yeah. I mean, it makes you wonder, doesn't it, how some people still live the kind of lifestyle that they live when they haven't been famous for donkey's years, you know. And yet they get sort of paid, don't they, for opening up something or other, and you know, and you're like, who are they? And yet they live in these big mansions and stuff, so they must be getting money from somewhere. You know, there's me scrabbling, thinking, oh my God, the electric bill's going up. How am I going to manage, you know? I'll never be rich. I might be on YouTube, but I don't like that kind of money. Especially when they said they de-whatsed one of my videos. Anyway, I asked for an appeal and they said, oh yeah, there was nothing wrong with it. They've looked at it. We don't know why it was not blocked, but whatever. And I'm thinking, oh, come on. And today, this video didn't even allow me to say I wanted it monetized. So it just went on. Good night, Rebecca. I shall never be one of those famous, rich YouTube stars. I'm one who's grateful if she gets a little bit of money about every 3 or 4 months. And it is a little bit of money. But I'm just grateful. Anything is welcome. I was talking about this with my friend the other day. Saying we're not greedy, we just would like that little bit more so that we could manage better. You know, you wouldn't have to worry. I don't want to be buying Rolex watches and fancy cars. It would be just nice just to not have to think, like, can I get this? Will it affect the budget for the rest of the month if I buy it? You know. Oh, he passed away quite some time ago, Nathan, probably about 8 to 10 years ago, actually. It's quite a while since he passed away. Yeah, it would be nice just to have enough, not to have to worry. As I say, I don't want mega riches. I don't want mega millions. Just 2016. So that's what 6 years ago, isn't it? It just would be nice to think, oh, I like that coat. I'll buy it. Or I like those shoes. I'll buy them. Without having to think, what bills are due this month? What have I got to pay this month? If I get the shoes, what will happen? Yeah. I mean, the only reason I've been buying these cakes is because I sold a load of wool, as you know. So I don't feel guilty about buying them because it's not coming out of my bank account, if you're with me. I mean, I could have spent a fortune at Yarndale and didn't. I mean, I just don't have the... If I have a store of yarn, it's not hand-dyed, yeah. You know, to buy a sweater's worth of hand-dyed yarn, God, you'd have to raise a mortgage, wouldn't you? I mean, the girl who at knit club who went with her husband, she said that she was talking to a lady and her husband had said to her, how much did you buy? She said, oh, I was really good. I only bought 6. So he said, oh, that's good for you. £106 she paid. I wouldn't wear that sweater. I'd have it in a case and look at it. Or I'd be scared to death of washing it wrong. Or putting a stitch wrong when I was making it, yeah. And it not fitting me at the end of it. After I'd paid £106 for the wool. Sheesh. I don't want to be that rich. Yeah, I suppose they could always sell them though, Rick. I sold a lot of my clothes, not for much money, I must admit, because I didn't pay a lot for them in the first place. They weren't like designer originals or anything like that. But I sold a lot on eBay before I came here. I didn't get much, but and the ones I didn't sell finished up in the charity shop. Yeah. Yeah, well, I lost weight when I had the COVID, what, 2.5, 3 years ago. And thankfully, I haven't put it all back on again. Put a few pounds. A few pounds float about with me. They're on, they're off, they're on, they're off, if you know what I mean. But some of my clothes amuse me because I bought them when I was like 3 stone heavier, and they're not that loose on me. The trousers are very loose, yeah. But a lot of the dresses, I'm thinking, how did I manage to fit into them? How did I manage to squash into them? Yeah. Oh, hi, Glenda. Yeah, but when you do go to that, a lot of people, it turns to muscle, doesn't it? So they don't actually inches. That happened to me when I was younger. Not that I was a gym bunny, I never was. But I used to do aerobics and that, before all my back troubles and that. Um, and I never lost, I lost weight, I think, but I didn't lose any inches because everything went solid. The floppy bit went solid, yeah. Oh, I can't get rid of I've lost 3 stone and I can't get rid of my belly fat. What I call my mummy pouch. Yeah. That's very hard to get rid of. I mean, I did ask a trainer once when I did go to a gym, and he said, "I'm sorry," he said, "you'd have to do either a tummy tuck. You'd have to have a tummy tuck," he said, "or liposuction to get rid of that." Yeah. Once you get that belly fat, it just doesn't go away. Oh, yeah. And it doesn't bother me, Bev, about being overweight. It's just what he's doing to my health, like my knees and stuff. I would be an awful lot better if I lost some weight. And I know I would, yeah. And also because of my diabetes. I mean, Nathan's managed to reverse his diabetes because of him losing a lot of weight. So I know that it would be really beneficial for me to lose some more weight. But oh, there's some blooming big people in America. I suppose we have them here, but you seem to have an awful lot more than we do. I can't do the keto. It makes me feel physically poorly. I mean, really physically poorly. I've tried doing the keto. There's a lot of, round here, there's a lot of young fat people, which I really find upsetting. I mean, when I was younger, I won't say I was, but I was slimmer and I was a lot fitter. But these, we're talking 20-year-old girls and boys, and they're so fat, grossly obese, yeah. And they're looking around, walking around, and I'm like, oh, for goodness sake, diet or die. It's all the fast food, I think. We never had fast food when we was kids. Fast food for us was a fish and chips occasionally from the chippy. That That was the only thing akin. And then Wimpy arrived. But most of us couldn't afford a Wimpy, except maybe once every now and again. If I saved up, I used to have a Wimpy on a Sunday or something. I know I used to have a friend in America. I don't talk to her anymore, and she was huge. But she never cooked. She only ever did fast food. And if her husband cooked, it was all junk, you know? And her son was absolutely obese, and it was like cruelty to me that she'd let him get that fat. And I'm like, stop stuffing him with all that stuff. He's just cruel. He's 6 or 7 years old and he weighed as much as a teenager. But she got really snotty with me if I mentioned, that she should lose the weight. She was only in her 20s. But she never moved off the sofa. 600 surgery. And yet there they are, ordering all these takeaways behind his back. And I'm like, if I'd have got to that size, which I never would have, but if I got to that size and somebody offered me a lifeline saying, you can have gastric band surgery if you lose weight, I wouldn't be going ordering pizzas behind her back. They had pizzas, didn't they, the size of a dustbin lid, massive, massive pizzas that would feed her. Well, I used to know a girl, and she used to order them 20 chicken nuggets all for herself. And I'm like, that's for a family. You don't eat 20 chicken nuggets on your own. No wonder she was fat. I remember saying to my doctor, I was big. And he said to me, I said, I know I'm fat. And he said, I'm not allowed to say you're fat. I said, well, I'm saying it, I'm fat. I said, I'd rather say I'm fat than you tell me I'm morbidly obese. I said, that sounds 10 times worse. I always remember being told that I was 12 stone, which is like 12 times 14. I can't do that in my head. And I was going for spinal surgery, and he told me I had to lose weight because I was obese, morbidly obese. And his nurse that was in the room at the time, she was bigger than me. And I felt like saying, what about her? She's massive. You're telling me I'm obese. At the time, I used to talk to a guy in America, and he said, come over here, darling. He said, you'd be like Twiggy. I said, they won't operate on me. They said I'm too fat. And he's going, my God, he said, they'd welcome you with open arms here. He said, you'd be like Twiggy. He lived in Kentucky, and apparently there's quite a lot of big people in Kentucky, according to him anyway. But he wasn't behind the door, believe me. My son is asleep. I can hear him snoring. The sound effects you get from upstairs. It's a wonder you can't hear him snore, because when he snores. Luckily, when I'm in my bedroom, I can't hear a thing. It's great. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. My bedroom is sandwiched between the hall and the conservatory. So I'm like in no man's land, if you know what I mean. It's very quiet in my bedroom. Like tomorrow, I'll just sleep whenever I feel like it. I like to wake up when the alarm goes and then just lie there. I love to just, I don't know whether I doze or what I do. I don't go back to sleep because I'm fully aware of anything that's going on. But it's so cosy and warm. And usually my back isn't hurting because I've been nice and warm and I've been laid flat in bed and my back is like, that's nice. And I'm lying there thinking, I don't want to move. Because if I move, my back will hurt, or my knee will hurt, or something will hurt. You know. But then eventually, of course, the bathroom starts to call, doesn't it? And you're thinking, I'll have to get up in a minute. I need the bathroom. I'll have to get up in a minute. But if I need the bathroom and it's only about 6 o'clock, then I do go back to sleep again, if I can. I get out of bed and then I turn the bed back so that it keeps the warmth in until I get back in it again. I don't like leave it, get out, leave it open and leave it open. No, I have to cover it over again to keep the warmth in. But I can sleep the night away if I have my, those heat pad things you put in the microwave. I tuck that into the small of my back and I'm away then. The little one's a loud snorer. Little Trixie Belle. Rosie's absolutely fast asleep on the sofa here, flat out. I swear she comes down here to be quiet. Yeah. No, I don't have an electric blanket. No, I don't want one really. I'm quite happy with me with my little heat pad thing. I have got a plug-in heat pad, but I don't like to sleep with it on because then I get too hot. Because you're not supposed to sleep with an electric blanket on. We used to have one years ago, when the central heating wasn't great. Now you see, I don't like a hot water bottle because when it goes cold, it goes cold. But those little beanbag things, they stay at your body temperature. So it doesn't go icy cold. When you wake up, it's the same temperature as you, even though it's not hot anymore. But hot water bottles, no, I don't like them because they go icy cold and you have to kick them out of bed. And then when they go kaplunk on the floor, it wakes you up. No, I used to have a hot water electric blanket, but I just stopped using it. You'd forget to switch it on, and then you go to bed, and the bed would be icy cold. So you'd plug it in, and you'd think, I'll turn it off in a few minutes. And of course, you'd go to sleep with it on, and then you'd wake up in the tropics, wouldn't you? Sweat running off you, and you're thinking, what's wrong with me? And you think, oh no, I've got the electric blanket on. No, I love my little, I don't know what's in them, beans, I think's in them. Yeah, my son used to have one when he was little. And I knitted him a brightly coloured striped cover for it, and I put a cat. And he always used to call it his pussycat cover. I can't find my pussycat cover. They do sometimes feel damp, but, I still prefer them to electric. I think over the years, hot water bottles have popped on me. And I've woke up feeling like I've wet the bed, because the bottle's popped or the screw lid's come off. Yeah, they do sometimes feel a little damp, but I prefer them because they don't go cold. They only ever go cold to body temperature. Gosh, this is a long time going before I get to this orange. I'm still on the cream. It's quite a quite like this cream, actually. Wouldn't mind just a cream shawl. Although I have one somewhere, but I don't know where it is. It's probably on top of the wardrobe where I can't reach it. I made this black one and cream one, and they went on every holiday I've ever had. I keep thinking about those weighted throws, but I don't know whether I would like one or not. They're all the rage, aren't they now? Those weighted blankets. But I don't know how you'd go on about washing them or anything. Or whether you have to have like a sheet, underneath them or something, whether you put the weighted blanket next to your skin. And if so, how do you wash it? Yeah. I haven't really gone into those heated throws you wear during the day. My friend's got one and she reckons they only cost pennies to run. And she puts it on while she gets warm, and then she's warm enough. She unplugs it, switches it off for ages, and then so she doesn't put a heating on in the house because there's only her in because the children are at school and college, and her husband's at work. So rather than put the heating on, she just puts her heated blanket on. But how do you wash them, only me? How do you wash them? They go next to your body. I'd be frightened of putting them in the washing machine if they're weighted. What are they actually made out of? I've never gone into it, really. I've never read the spec to see, what they're made out of and whether they're washable or whether you have to take them to the laundrette or... Oh, when you used to think we used to have sheets and blankets and everything. Yeah, that's what I mean, is Chris. I've never actually known any of my friends who've actually bought one that I can actually ask the question of, how do you wash them? A weighted blanket, I'm talking about, Nathan. A heated one's okay because you don't really wash them because you don't put them next to your body, do you? I mean, with a weighted blanket, you have to buy like a cover, like a duvet cover to put over the top of them so that you can actually wash that instead of having to wash the blanket, yeah. Because, I mean, if it's going next to your body, you're going to want to wash it, aren't you? I mean, I know you're clean when you get in bed, but, there's this bodily stuff, isn't it? There's glass beads inside. Oh, I wouldn't want to put it in the washer then. So there was a minute little hole in them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd be very nervous about washing anything that had electrical wiring in it, yeah. I was always nervous of electric blankets because my aunt set on fire. I mean, luckily she wasn't in the bed, but she had a house fire because of her electric blanket. Even if it's acrylic beads, I still wouldn't want them bouncing all around my washer. If there was a little split in the blanket that I hadn't noticed or something. Yeah, I don't know whether they would. I don't really have a lot of trouble going to sleep, just on days. I sort of know when I get in bed and I think I'm not going to sleep tonight. I really am not. So I put my little tablet on and I'll watch people's videos, crochet videos. Then I'll put on a Sherlock Holmes story and stuff. Hot sand. Would be all right if we lived in Morocco, wouldn't we? I sleep better on my recliner in here. Yeah, those heated throws, I believe. I think my friend got hers from somewhere daft like Aldi or something. She didn't pay a lot for it. Yeah, I can't sleep without something on top of me, even if it's only a sheet. Even if it's summer and it is so hot. And also, I cannot sleep naked at all. If it's really, really hot, I will wear like a cotton nightdress. I can't. I mean, my ex-husband used to think I was weird, but I can't sleep. If I've not got something either on me or over me, I can't sleep at all. Yeah, my friends, my son's friend uses coal, this fancy coal stuff for his log burner. And he was saying it was £200 for a big pallet of it, whatever you buy it. And it's £700 it's gone to. £200 a pallet last year, £700 this year. I don't know quite how much that is in weight. It was a pallet of coal, whatever that is. We're trying to order like a load of hard wood, for the fire. It's going to be £80, but we don't know how long it will last. But I said to my son, well, we'll try one and see how long it lasts. See if it's more economical. Anything is more economical than putting central heating on, let's face it. He said we're going to turn the central heating down really, really low so it's like tick over. So that if it does get absolutely freezing. Yeah, it's gone from £200 to, I think he said £700 or £800 for the same pallet that he bought last year. Yeah, we've ordered a load of we're ordering a load of hardwood. It's going to cost £80. But with a bit of luck, it might last like 2 months. So, for the log fire. So we'll see how much it lasts. If it doesn't last, it's back to the drawing board, and it will. But, we'll try anything once. It's all to do with that. We used to have a real coal fire when I was a kid, and then it went to smokeless fuel. You couldn't have real coal. But then people stopped having a fire, didn't they? Everybody changed to electric fires and gas fires and stuff. I mean, there was a gas fire in here when we moved in here, but it was very old and very efficient. So we decided to put a log burner in instead, yeah. We need the roof doing. I don't think it's properly insulated. That's our next big job. If I win the lottery. If ever I win the lottery, yeah, we'll get the roof done. We need the roof doing and we need the drive doing. But the roof is, I think, more important than the drive. We shall still bump over the bumpy drive. It costs less to have a new roof put on than it does to get the drive. Ridiculous, isn't it? Should have been a tradesperson, shouldn't I, too? Or a dentist or a plumber. Don't bother sending your kids to university. Just send them on a apprenticeship to be a plumber, electrician, carpenter. They're the ones who make the money these days. I mean, plumbers, you can pay £100 before they step over the doorstep. Yeah. I don't know what trade I would. You coming back as a builder? Now, an IT job would never appeal to me. I suppose I would have gone, to be something like a dentist, a chiropodist, or something like that. I don't want to be anything manual. Well, manual as in digging holes and stuff like that. Or a lady decorator. There's lots of lady decorators these days. I mean, somebody was saying they wouldn't mind employing a lady because she's got more attention to detail. Now, I'm not being sexist there. I'm just, excuse me, quoting what somebody said. That ladies have got more attention to detail. I've never wallpapered because my ex-husband used to do it all. And he used to think I was pretty useless. He never taught me how to do it, so I was allowed to do the wallpaper stripping. I was allowed to do the painting and the undercoating and stuff like that, but not to do the actual painting. I could paint the wallpaper if you put on a glitter up. I could paint that, but I wasn't allowed to actually do the papering. So when he went, I couldn't do anything like that for myself. I was pretty useless, really. Are you going, Rick, now? Bye. Enjoy the rest of your day. One of my friends has gone to Greece. Denise has gone to Spain. And I'm stuck in rainy, windy Fleetwood. People say, aren't you lucky living by the sea? Yes, when it's gorgeous, it's gorgeous. But when it's cold, Fleetwood in the winter is not a happy place. Although I'm hoping it won't be as bad as last year when I get my new scooter. Oh, I'm so excited. It's like winning the lottery getting that scooter to me. I'll never win that, I don't think they'll have sent me. Let me see if they sent me an email. Oh, I've got 19 emails, but I bet none of them say you have won the lottery. No, there's nothing that says you have won the lottery, Janet. Now, there's a surprise, isn't it? There's me. I felt sure I had one. I win lucky dips sometimes, but those lucky dips even just win more lucky dips, that's all. Oh, no, we're not in the touristy bit here, Bev. We're like in the middle. We've got Fleetwood at one side of us, we've got Cleveland at the other, and there's a vast expanse of concrete in between with the waves coming in and out. So there's no cafes, there's nothing touristy just where I am. So we get odd people parking on the seafront that are dog walkers, but they're mainly locals. I suppose if we were nearer to town, we might get the problems, but we don't get tourists taking our parking spaces around here. Oh my goodness, I bet your blood pressure was up the wall by the time you got there, Lydia. Um, Cleveless, closer to Cleveless. We're still Fleetwood with our postcode. But like a blink of an eye down the road and you're in Cleveless, whereas we've got quite a bit to go to be into Fleetwood town centre. I go to Fleetwood a lot for various things, but not to shop. I don't shop in Fleetwood. It's quite tatty, actually. Cleveless is a lot more. It's not upmarket, believe me, it's not upmarket, but the shops are a bit better quality. Oh no, never go near Blackpool unless I have to go to the hospital. I really don't like Blackpool. I go in when I have to because it does have some nice shops like Marks and Spencer's and stuff. But unless I have to go for some reason to Blackpool, I tend to go through Blackpool and out the other side again. I just don't like it. You know, all the kiss me quick hats and all the stinker donuts and stuff. My son says I'm a snob. Yeah, Cleveland's is much nicer. Fleetwood is always that little bit warmer though. When I'm going up the seafront to meet my friend, you know, when you get past a certain distance, it's always a lot warmer. As soon as we turn that corner to get into like the Fleetwood bit, you think, oh, it's a lot warmer here. Cleveland's is a little bit breezy at times. Where we are, it's blooming breezy. If I'm going anywhere, I'm like taking side streets just to get out the wind. People who were born in Fleetwood, when I say I've moved here from Manchester, they always say, but why? And they're people who are born in Fleetwood. Why did you come here? All I can say is it seemed like a good idea at the time. Rosie's still here. She's still fast asleep on the sofa. I think she likes the peace and quiet, you know. I'm a fairly sort of placid person. And when she's with me, or when both of the dogs are with me, they're quite quiet. And the trams run past, but not. I have quite a. I couldn't walk to the tram from here. I could if I was able-bodied, yeah. But I have to get my little fold-up scooter out if I want to go on the tram because I can't actually walk that far. I mean, I don't need the tram to go to Cleveland or Fleetwood. I've got my big scooter. If I wanted to go to Blackpool, I would need to get the tram. If I want to go to St Anne's, I have to get the tram and then the bus because there isn't a bus, believe it, that goes to St Anne's from here. Oh gosh, I love Berry Market. They run coach trips from, I think, from Blackpool though, that go to Berry Market. I keep thinking one day I'd like to go. I can get the train actually from Blackpool and go to Manchester and then get the tram from Manchester to Bury. I could go with my daughter-in-law on a Tuesday, but she's out all day and I don't know where. You know, you can't find anywhere to be all day, can you? You know, especially in this weather. And I've lost touch with my friends that live in Prestwich and that. Could always see Sarah, I suppose, but you could hire a scooter if you belong to the scheme. I used to belong to the scheme in Manchester, but it didn't work in Bury. It was two separate schemes. Hello, Ethan. Before I had my own scooter, I used to hire a scooter in Manchester from their mobility. It was only like very cheap, it was. You just hired it for a few hours. But it was great, you know, I could go around the Arndale and everywhere. When my niece used to take me, we used to go and hire this scooter. Oh, good if it wasn't me, Nathan. It took me all my time to pass my first one. Yes, Prestwich is Manchester, yes. It's part of Manchester. It's in between Manchester and Bury. No, there's a T in the middle. Prest, Prestwich, yeah. It's a lovely place, although it's got a bit shabbier since, but it used to be a lovely, lovely place. It's very commuter belt. Everybody likes to live in Prestwich. You've got the tram that goes to Manchester, Bury, or even outside Manchester. You can go anywhere on the tram. And then you're right close to the M60, which will take you anywhere. So it's very, very sought after to live in Prestwich, yeah. The son's woke up now. He's not snoring anymore. They'll be down in a bit to see where Rosie is. It'll be time for her to go for her late night wee wees before she goes to bed. Oh, it's past midnight. I've done 3 hours. I've done really well today. I'll finish this row before I stop. And I'm still only on the cream. Still got a way to go before I get to the orange. I do like this pattern. I know everybody needs dog made one, but I like the other one, the Doris Chan one, the blue curacao. I made loads and loads of those. I tried it the other week and my brain wasn't working. It was like I'd never made it before in my life. I need to sit very quietly and start it off again, because once it gets started, it's like pineapples and it's beautiful. Oh, we don't have dramas on here unless we get trolls, yeah. Don't allow dramas. Anybody that tries dramas gets kicked off. We've had a few. You know, the ones that come in and say, you need to sub to my channel because I've subbed to yours, that stuff, you know. And the ones who start begging and, you know, we don't do with any of them. Off they have to go. If anybody's going to beg, it'll be me. It's my channel. Not that I do. But can't be doing with them. I mean, if I say I can't afford things, it's because I can't afford them. I don't say I can't afford them and expect you to give me any money to go to afford them. No. If I can't get it, I can't get it. If I haven't got the money for it, I don't have the money for it. I'm not going to ask other people for it. But I hate when people are saying, you know, oh, if I see the mouse, I'll be out of here. I can't be doing with channels where people blatantly beg. Can't be doing with them. Somebody actually said to me, there's nothing wrong with it if people want to give you money because they like watching your channel. There's nothing wrong with it. And I went, yeah, it's begging. Whichever way you call it, it's begging. I don't have anything to offer for anybody with Patreon or something. Oh, stop it, Nathan. I don't. Yeah, we've got a mouse. Can't buy it. I've seen it 3 times now. We put traps down and we haven't seen it since. But it's not on any of the traps. Whether it's seen the traps and decided to leave, I don't know. I'm hoping. but it may have just gone underground somewhere. I hope it gets caught before my son goes away. I don't fancy being in here alone with a mouse. No, as I was saying before, I just don't like people who come on. Oh, we've had them come on here. You know, wanting, saying they want this and want that, if anybody wants to send things. As I say, I don't have a Patreon or Patreon, whatever you want to call it. I have nothing more to offer. I can understand it if people design patterns and they say, if you're a Patreon member, then you can have a pattern. But I would far rather buy a pattern. I don't want to give somebody so much a month just in case they put a pattern out that I happen to like, yeah. I would far rather they say, right, here's my pattern, it's so many dollars, and if I like it, I'll buy it, yeah. People say, well, it's people's way of paying you for what you do because they like what you do. And I'm like, well, if they like what I do, they can watch me. I'm not a turd. I'm not somebody who wants to be paid for my time. If I didn't want to do this channel, I wouldn't do it, you know. I don't want you coming saying, oh my goodness, I've got to pay so much money to go and watch Jan. Yeah. As I said before, I'm not avaricious. I've never had a lot of money and I never will. But I'm not, as I said before, I'm not greedy. I'm not a greedy person. I think some people always want more, don't they? And I always think they must be very, very unhappy people if they're always wanting what other people have got and they're never satisfied with what they have got, yeah. I can look at people who've got a beautiful car and beautiful clothes and beautiful shoes, and I can admire them, but I'm not jealous. I'm not like, oh my God, why have they got those beautiful shoes and I can't afford them? Yeah. I just think good luck, you know. I just hope they've worked hard to earn the money for them, you know. It's like people who earn lots of money making YouTube videos. Some of them work very, very hard, which I'm not prepared to do. You know, they're on every day, they're doing this and that, dragging people in, you know, so they've got magnificent followings and things. And I'm not prepared to put that work into it. I'm lazy. But I don't expect the world to fall at my feet and, you know, my channel to grow like some people do when you're not prepared to do anything. If I was wildly interested in making tutorials and videos and stuff, then yeah, I would want to be paid for doing them because it's a lot of time spent and invested in that. But I don't do that. I just come on and natter and chatter and tell you what I've bought and stuff. I'm sure you don't want to pay me for showing you what I've just bought, yeah. Oh gosh, no. You've got to save up for it. My mum used to always say, you'll appreciate it a lot better when you've had to save up for it. And I remember it was true when we first got married. We didn't have money and we got lent or given an old three-piece suite that had been my aunt's. And it was tatty and it wasn't very nice. But we saved up and we got our first three-piece suite. And, you know, it felt so good. Much better than any other three-piece suites that we bought afterwards because it didn't take us as long to save for any subsequent ones because we had a bit more money back then. But when we didn't have any money and we had to save and save and save for this three-piece suite, when it arrived, the joy, it was like, you know, come and look at our three-piece suite. It was like, wow, we've got a three-piece suite. And, you know, it was just joy to us to get this. Whereas if we could have afforded to just walk out and go and get it, would we have liked it quite as much? Would we be as thrilled when it finally arrived? Yeah. But yeah, no, I never expected. I mean, I just second-hand everything except the pram with my son. I had a borrowed cot. I had a borrowed carry cot. Oh, I bought the bath, but it wasn't a very expensive one, the baby bath. The cot belonged to my cousin. She lent it to me. Um, yeah, we didn't have. We bought a new bed, but everything else was second hand until we could afford to have fitted wardrobes fitted. But that was many years along the line. Until then, we just managed with a wardrobe that had been mine when I lived at home. You know. Oh, the suite we had. It was very, very futuristic. It was brown, and it had gold flowers on it, very 60s. It was all brown and gold back in the day, and it had these flowers. And it was very much like a deck chair. It had a sling underneath it, and then these cushions went like that, that, and that. And I always remember when I had the baby, the midwife, she was a big lass. She got stuck. My husband had to pull her out of it. But it was great for the baby because the baby used to go right back and he couldn't roll because a big lump like that. You used to put him right at the back. And you could leave him and let him sleep when he was tiny because he couldn't have rolled over the hump to get back out again. He was quite safe on the sofa. Yeah, as I say, when we got married, we put everything we had on the house. All the money we had saved up had to go on the house deposit. So it left us practically potless, you know what I mean? The time we'd been on honeymoon, it was only a week down in St Ives. Not the height of luxury, believe me. The time we came back home again, we just got enough money to get a few bits and pieces of food until my husband got paid. But, everybody was the same. I never say it that way, like, oh, poor us. You just, as my mum used to say, you cut your cloth according to your means. If you don't have it, you don't buy it. End of story. Yeah. It's a couch and two armchairs. That's what a three-piece suite was back in the day. They weren't recliners or anything. They were just a three-seater sofa we got. No, actually, it was a two-seater sofa, but it was big. It would fit three, but it was a two-seater sofa and two big armchairs that we had. There we go. That's what I've done tonight. Still not up to the orange. Yeah, but we were so thrilled. I mean, it was a long time before we even got... I had my mum's old twin tub washing machine. It was a long time before we saved up for a machine of our own. We did have a new bed, a brand new bed. Did buy a brand new bed. And funnily enough, we had a brand new Hoover. But that was a Christmas present. No, that was a wedding present from one of my our well-to-do relatives. Bought me a Hoover. And we had lots and lots and lots and lots of towels bought us, but not bath towels, just tea towels. In fact, I think I was divorced and I was still using up tea towels that I got bought for me as a wedding present. And we got lots of little hand towels, which are pretty useless unless you use them in the kitchen. But I had to buy bath towels. We didn't have bath towels. And we got two irons bought us. No ironing board, but two irons. And we got about 4 casserole dishes. which were very handy because I gave them all away because my friends were all getting married around about the same time. So they got one of our casserole dishes that we'd had as wedding present, yes. I wasn't a brilliant cook, so at the time I only wanted one. You know. Oh, and I had an electric kettle bought me by one of my richer aunties, yeah. But we never asked. When you had a wedding present list, you put on things like dusters, didn't you? Shoe polish, shoe brushes. That's what I put on my wedding present list. Sheets and things like that. You didn't put, like they do today, washing machine, tumble dryer. I didn't even put a Hoover on. It was one of my well-to-do aunties that had said, "Did I need one?" And I said, "Yes, please." It wasn't actually on my wedding list because I didn't want to be too cheeky, you know. And I was collecting at the time a Denby green wheat. It was called. It was a dinner set. But I put on things like 2 plates or 2 tea plates or salt and pepper. You know, because I thought they were expensive. So if somebody bought me 2 plates, I was more than happy, you know. But today's, oh, if you get a sent wedding present list today, you look at them and I'm thinking, you get what you get given, missus, you know. I'm not buying any of that stuff. It's too much. You know, no. You know, and these weddings you go to, and they said, we've got everything we need because they live together. Just give us money for the honeymoon. And I'm like, no. No, you have a couple of face cloths and love it, you know. I'm not giving you how many pounds. You know, I did with my 2 nieces, I must admit. I did give money to my 2 nieces, but they were my nieces, yeah. I'm talking about weddings when you don't know them all that well, but you get invited to the wedding, yeah. You know, I'm not giving them massive presents and stuff. What the hell? Or these where they want you to buy the meal. You know, it's so much for the meal, or if you come into the wedding, it's so much. And I'm like, no. If you've invited me, you've invited me, yeah. You see it on whatever. Brides sending people a bill when they didn't turn up, yeah. We had to pay for your food and you didn't come, therefore you owe us 50 quid, you know. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's cheeky. I mean, a couple of my friends that got married after they've been living together forever actually asked for donations for charity. They said, we don't need any presents, we don't want anything, we're just grateful for your presence. And they said, we're grateful for your presence, so we don't want presents. If you wish, however, you can make a donation in our name. And they named a charity that they were, you know, part of, which I thought was a nice thing to do. You know, so the charity did get a lot of money that they probably wouldn't have had, yeah. Um, well, most of my friends are divorced, let alone get married, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in a way you can understand Amazon wish list if they don't put expensive stuff on. You know, I mean, it's the same with my son. I mean, we didn't have a baby shower. People bought me things like little booties after he'd been born, or a little suit or something. Some people knitted me little cardigans, yeah. Yeah, all this baby shower stuff. I can understand it if it's your first baby and you've been waiting for this baby forever and it's a really wanted baby. I can understand you want to announce to the world and you have a big baby shower. But when you get to the second, the third, and the fourth baby, you know, I'm sorry, but no, it's a bit old hat, isn't it? And you should have anything anyway. You should have had your pram from before. You can't keep buying 600, 800 pound prams every time you have a damn baby, you know. Or if you do, it's up to you. You know, if you're daft enough to want 4 kids, then you pay for them yourself, you know. I mean, my mum gave me money when I had my baby to get, I think she bought bits for me or something, yeah. I bought my own pram. I didn't expect anybody to buy me a pram. I mean, with no money, we still managed to get money for a pram, yeah. I always think if you can't afford these things, you can't afford a child. You know, it's all, what am I going to do? I had nothing. We had no child allowance. We had nothing. We had no maternity allowances. If you got pregnant in my generation, you had to look after everything yourself. Nobody handed you out anything unless it was relatives knitting you a couple of cardigans and somebody buying you a little bumper suit. You know, there was none of these. This, I mean, they're complaining they've got no money. They should have lived when I lived. If I'd have had a baby being, if I was single, there would have been no help whatsoever for me. I would have had to throw myself on my parents' mercy or have a baby adopted if I'd have got pregnant when I was single. There would have been no flat for me, no money for me, no help whatsoever. Nobody would have offered me a council flat. Nobody would have offered me anything. I would have been on the street practically with a baby. I mean, my mother and father would have never let it happen to me, but having said that, you know, they wouldn't have been pleased, let's just say. I had a big pram. It wasn't a silver cross, it was a marmette. It was like the little sister or little brother of the silver cross, yeah. I did make a lot. I mean, my son didn't really, he had second-hand furniture. Yes, he did, second-hand furniture. But clothes, I mean, I knitted all his little cardigans, obviously, because I was in the wool shop when I was pregnant. And people bought him quite a few little romper suits and things. My mum bought him like a layette because she used to go to warehouses where she could get things at cost price, you know, the wholesale price. So she'd bought him like his little baby grows, his little vests and all his nappies before he was born because it was all terry towel in those days. That was my mum's contribution, which I was very grateful for. She bought me, like you say, vests, all the nappies, his little baby grows, and she bought me some cellular blankets, you know, for his cot. Um, my mum never drove, no, no. She had eyesight problems, my mum. She had a squint sorted out when she was younger, but back in the day, we're talking in the 19 whatevers, it wasn't ever a success, so she always had bad eyesight. So my dad did try to let her drive one time on a car park or something, but she was absolutely hopeless. So he said, "No, no, I'm sorry, Lucy, you're not, you're not driving." So she never drove. No, I mean it was like my dad drove her everywhere, and then I passed my test long before my brother did, which is funny because he's 9 years older than me. But after I passed my test, I used to drive her places, and then when my brother passed his test, he used to take her places. So she never needed to. Back in the day, not many women did, you know. Women who've been in the land army and things like that who learned to drive on a tractor, you know. It was unusual then for anybody to drive because we just didn't have cars. I mean, we had a car because we had a shop. And in those days, a lot of the stuff you bought for the shop, even the wool, when it very first started, don't forget, I'm talking about the 1950s. You had to go to the warehouse yourself and buy it and bring it back. So you kind of needed a car. And there was a concession on the tax that you paid that you could claim back a percentage for having the car, calling it a business vehicle. Um, it was like a tax perk. But we never had a car when we were just, my dad was just working, as a butcher. We never had a car then, no. Nobody did really. You used to book a trip on a coach if you wanted to go anywhere on your holidays. There were coaches and buses that went, and trains that went every place. So if you were going to, say, Blackpool or wherever, or Fleetwood or Southport, you would get on a coach trip. Go out for the day on a coach, as you would call them, like what they call those Greyhound buses or whatever. Oh, Charabang, yeah. Yeah, we used to call them a Charabang. But if I say Charabang to anybody, especially if they're in America, they've got no idea what I'm talking about. They've no idea what I'm talking about with a coach, because they call them a Greyhound or whatever. I don't know what you call them. RVs and stuff. But they weren't RVs because they weren't personalised. It was like, everybody got on. It was like a bus, yeah. Like a school bus almost, aren't they? Yeah. It's actually French, I think. Charabonc. BANC. Charabonc. It's a French word for a coach or something like that. Or a bus. That's what I got told anyway. I've never looked it up, so I don't know. If anybody's interested, you can look it up. But it wasn't bang, Charabang. It was Charabonc. BANC. Oh, it says I'm going to sleep here on the press any key. Oh, there you go. Yeah, we've got National Express here, but they don't have them in America. I think they call them Greyhound buses or something. Yeah. But, it was quite the thing. I mean, the coach trip, people couldn't afford a car. If you were going to Blackpool for your week's holiday, you went there by coach or by train. You carried your little suitcase. It tickles me. People were going away for a week and they'd have a little suitcase about that big. Nowadays, people are lugging these big things on wheels and they're only going for a few days. People didn't have the cloth. And all the men used to wear the suits, didn't they, even on the beach? If they were paddling, they used to roll the trouser legs up to their knees. A horse-drawn vehicle, yeah, Charabonc. Yeah. Well, coaches used to be horse-drawn, didn't they? Oh, gosh, yeah, you used to go and see the Blackpool lights, yeah. You always went by coach to see the Blackpool lights. And they stop on the way back, and sometimes we'd get chips. They always stopped at this place. It was kind of like it wasn't a cafe really, it was like a chippy. They used to stop. And all the coaches used to pull in, and you'd go and get this bag of chips. I thought it was wonderful when I was a kid. Because we didn't get treats like that. A little bag of hot chips you got. I thought it was wonderful. And you used to sing songs all the way home, didn't you? Like 10 green bottles hanging on the wall and stuff. Show me the way to go home and stuff like that. God, I bet the coach drivers used to think, oh my God, they're singing again. And then you used to always have a whip round for the driver. Always put a few pennies in for the driver, yeah. Always somebody with a cap who used to come round. For the driver. Tips for the driver. You put whatever you could, sixpence or a few pennies or something. Those were the days, eh? And after I'd had my chips, I always used to fall asleep because I'd only been little. Fall asleep. Yeah, singing on the coach and a whip round for the driver. All old traditions that have probably all gone by the board now. I can't remember anybody having a whip round for a driver now these days. They say he's getting paid enough, not giving him a tip. Yeah, I used to fall asleep going home. I always fell asleep because it'd be way past my bedtime. We probably got home about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. And I can remember like dragging my feet walking down back home again. I'm tired, I don't want to walk. Yeah. Yeah. We always used to, we never hardly went to Blackpool, funny enough. We used to go to Southport a lot on Fleetwood. Because Fleetwood back in the day it wasn't tatty like it is now. It used to be quite nice. Used to watch all the little boats on the boating lake. They're hardly there these days. Everybody used to have these either remote control boats or little sailing boats, and we used to sit and watch. Yeah. Oh yeah, a couple of weeks waiting for the photos, and then when you got them back, they'd have somebody's hand over the lens, or you'd have these fuzzy shapes, and there'd be a sticker stuck on saying we were unable to develop this. You'd be so looking forward to these photos, and you get about 6 out of 12 that were all you couldn't look at them. Yeah. Oh yeah, sleeping on the way home. Yeah. Because some of the adults, when we stopped for the chips, they'd go and get a bottle of beer, wouldn't they? Yeah. I think Fleetwood got ruined when it stopped being a fishing town. I was talking to a really old guy who had been a fisherman on the trawlers. He was actually Scottish. And he was saying there was some argument many, many moons ago about who would dredge the channel. This is why the ferries used to go from Fleetwood to the Isle of Man and Ireland. But there was a big row many, many years ago about who would dredge, who would pay for the dredging of the channel. It's silted up. And nobody, they wouldn't pay or whatever. So the ferry, first of all, had to stop coming in because it couldn't come in because it was all silted up. So it had to start going over to, is it Heysham? Yeah. Heysham it's spelled, but they call it Heysham round here. So it had to start going there. So that declined because they didn't get the holidaymakers coming to go on the ferry to go to the Isle of Man or go to Ireland. And then the big fishing trawlers couldn't come in. All that could come in was little ones. So the fishing industry went to the, and then there was all this dispute about this so many mile zone around England or something. All these Icelandic fishermen were coming in and pinching all the fish and all that jazz. So now there's actually only 4 tiny fishing boats in Fleetwood. So it was just the decline because when the big trawlers used to come in, there was big fishing places here that used to do frozen fish and everything. I could remember when I was a kid coming down like to the harbour and stuff, and you could buy, shrimps, cockles, whelks, anything straight off the boats, yeah. Um, and just all stopped, didn't it? So of course, all the holiday makers stopped coming. It was just, yeah, it was, it just got ruined. That's what the decline set in on Fleetwood, and it's never. I mean, all they've got now is they've got a Fisherman's Friend, which is like a toffee works or something. I believe that there's a biscuit works that employs people. And then, of course, the fishing industries, people used to be employed at the fish places, it's gone. So there's actually no industry, no trade, no nothing for people to work at. So that's why it's all declined around here. There's no big industry, there's nothing. So people just kind of drifted away. And so therefore the holidaymakers stopped coming and because the amenities weren't there. And I can remember Fleetwood being absolutely gorgeous when I was a kid. I used to love coming to Fleetwood. But now, all we've got is a teeny weeny little ferry that goes between here and Knot End. That's all we've got now. It takes about 2 minutes to get to Knot End, or 4 minutes, I think it is, to get across to Knot End. Whereas it takes forever if you have to go around on the bus, yeah. It's the same in a lot of places. I mean, where I was born in Brighton and Oldham, very, very similar, very together. But Brighton was a tiny part, little villagey part. But cotton mills, there was, I think, somebody counted up, and I think there was about 30 in our little area, cotton mills, all thriving, thriving cotton mills. Everybody worked in the mills. That was the big industry. That and a bit of, what do you call it, engineering, yeah. But when the cotton mills all stopped, of course, everything stopped and there was nothing. And the soul went out of the place. I mean, writing now has expanded so much, it's almost into Oldham. But people don't really work in writing, they don't work in Oldham, they just commute. They work maybe in Manchester, Rochdale, or wherever. But when I lived there, it was a tiny community and everybody worked in the mills. I used to wake up every morning to the sound of clogs, if you know what clogs are. They're like big, heavy, sandally things with irons on. They had irons. That's where the song comes from by, about T.S. Lowry, about sparking clogs. Because when the clogs used to go along the pavement, they used to spark. Where the irons on the clogs hit the pavement, they would spark, especially if they were late and they were running a bit. So that was sparking clogs. That's what it comes from, yeah. And I used to wake up to that noise every morning. They used to blow a hooter, the whistle, and it'd be the 6 o'clock whistle or the 7 o'clock whistle, whatever time they started work. And they used to shut the gates. So if you were 2 minutes late or something, they wouldn't open the gates again. You lost an hour's pay. They wouldn't let you in. If you weren't there for like 7 o'clock, whatever time, the gates used to shut and you were out and you lost an hour's pay. That's why they used to be running and clattering along. Yeah. And the women all wear big shawls, heavy woolen shawls all over their heads and stuff. Yeah, it was very much like match. Pictures that Lowry painted were my childhood. That's what it used to be like. You know, people wearing the clogs and wearing the shawls around their heads. And they used to carry their little, like a billy can. It was made of metal and it had a lid. And they used to have a screw of tea in a bit of newspaper, tea and sugar in a bit of newspaper. And they'd have this billy can. And they used to get boiling water and put a bit of tea in. Yeah. Oh, they were segs, little crescent-shaped segs, S-E-G-S, segs, that you used to put them on the bottom of your shoes to save your heels. Used to save the heels wearing. If somebody was heavy on the feet, they were like tap dancing things. You used to walk along the street tap dancing, yeah. But that was my childhood. You know, my ex-husband used to say, when were you born? The 1920s, you know. But it was like a little village and it was stuck in time, if you know what I mean. Yeah, we used to call them segs, S-E-G-S. I don't know what everybody else used to call them. But everybody had them, little tappet things you put on your heels to stop you treading the heel down. I used to tread the heels over at one time. I used to walk at 10 to 2. Ballet. I blame ballet lessons for that. 10 to 2 I used to walk. It wasn't that long ago. I had a very, very happy childhood. Very happy. Never knew I was poor until I looked back later. But as I said before, everybody was in the same boat. People left their doors open. People shared. If you had some carrots and they were about to go off and you didn't need them, you'd made your stew, you would offer them. Do you want these carrots? Do you want to use them up before they go off or something? Or if you had a glut of apples, if somebody had an apple tree and they had a load of apples, they would share them because there was no freezers. You couldn't make things. You just, and there was never hungry kids really, because if you went in a next door neighbour's house and said you felt hungry, your mother wasn't in, You wouldn't get much, but you might get a slice of bread and butter with a bit of jam. Yeah, you get something. Somebody would give you something. You wouldn't get anything. You get a cup of water. You wouldn't get anything fancy. Or they'd ask you, do you want a cup of tea? Yeah. But everybody looked after everybody else in those days. Yeah. You know, it's all gone, that community spirit. I lived in a row of houses, just two up, two down, 2 rooms downstairs, 2 rooms upstairs, no bathroom, toilet out the back. But you all knew each other. Somebody was poorly, the neighbours would knock on, they'd make you a bit of something, a casserole or something, if your mum was poorly. I can remember when everybody used to donkey stone. People in America have no idea what I'm talking about there. But you used to have this, like a piece of stone, I don't know, it was limestone or what it was. And everybody used to, when you bear in mind, we lived on a main road, big wagons going past with cotton and all sorts on, throwing dust up. But no, you had to sweep your flags, as we call them, the paving thing, sweep your flags every morning. And then you got your donkey stone out and you used to donkey stone a semicircle and your doorstep and the window bottom, unless it was cardinal red, which some people did, they painted them cardinal red. But you would do that every day. And when my mum went in hospital, she had this lump in her breast, fortunately not cancer, lump in the breast, she had to go in. And I remember the neighbour knocking on the door and she said, "Where's your mummy?" And I said, "She's in hospital." And they said, "We knew there was something wrong because she hasn't donkey stoned her step. Don't worry about it." And they'd come and they did it every day until she came back home from hospital. But that's community spirit. I mean, now it'd be like, so she's in hospital, so what? How's your dad managing? How are you managing? Is your daddy cooking your dinner? I said, "No, I'm going to my grandma's for my dinner." "Oh, well, if you're not, come in our house and you know, it was all like, "Oh, your mum is in hospital, we'll look after you." There was none of this. Everybody looked after everybody. It was just, it's missing today. Missing. Yeah. We had a little old lady live next door to us. She was bad on her legs or whatever. Every day my mum used to send me to knock on her door to see if she wanted any shopping. And she used to give me a basket and tell me what she wanted, give me some money. And when I come back, if she gave me a hate me or anything for doing the shopping, my mum used to make me take it back. She used to say, "Mrs. Mellor," she was called, "Mrs. Mellor can't afford it. Don't take that back again. Don't take it from her." You know. Yeah, she used to send me every day to do her shopping. See if Mrs. Mellor wants anything. See if she wants some bread. And my mother was always going round with, she'd make a pie or something. And, she's on her own. She's elderly. She's got no relatives. Just knock on and see if she's all right, yeah. I used to dread in case she died, because I was only a kid. What if she's dead, Mum? She's not dead. I've heard her knocking about now. Go and see if she wants anything. Oh, dear. Oh, God, yeah. It wasn't goose grease with us. I don't know what it was. What was it? Something that stunk and they used to put brown paper. They used to wrap me in brown paper. Oh, I don't know what it was they used to put on their chest. Was it like camphor or something? If you had a cold or anything, it was before Vicks came out. They used to put you something on and cover you in brown paper. What the heck the brown paper was? Probably to stop this stuff coming onto your vests and stuff. Oh, but in the old days, they used to sew you in the vest. You got sewn into your vest at the beginning of winter and they never took it off until the spring, yeah. Yeah, it was camphorated oil or something. It was an awful smell. Oof, wintergreen or something, wasn't it? Ugh. When you think about it, they only had a bath, so it used to stink. It was before Vicks. Before Vicks came out, Vicks was the convenient way. because it was in a little jar. I think it was camphor or something it was. The forerunner of the Vicks, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. I used to pay a penny a week for the doctor because it was before the NHS. I think the NHS came in when I was a kiddie. Because I always remember my mum had to pay the midwife when I was born, and my brother. I can always remember the NHS coming out, and we got orange juice. And you got national dried milk, which my mother would never give me because she said it was rubbish. Yeah. It was a bit like, it was camphor oil or something. It used to stink the place out. Oh, God, when I think about it. But people didn't have money for doctors. You treated everything yourself unless you were absolutely desperate to call the doctor. We used to save up, I think it was a penny or something. We used to put a penny for the doctor. And pray that you, I mean, and someone coming downstairs, I think it's time to go to bed now. Knit bone. I think that was comfrey. Knit bone, comfrey. My granddad used to grow comfrey. It's like leaves or something. And they used to use it if you'd got a sprained ankle or if you'd broken your ankle even, because you couldn't afford to go and have it set. And I think that's why they called it knit bone. It was big camphor leaves, and my mum used to make this concoction with this camphor, with this, what's it, comfrey. And you could buy comfrey oil at one time. It was like, and if you rubbed it on bruises or sprains, it was great. I don't know whether you can still buy it or not, comfrey oil. My granddad used to grow comfrey right down the bottom. He had a river, and it used to grow right by the river. And if anybody had a sprained wrist or a sprained ankle, yeah. And they used to call it knit bone, I think, because people couldn't afford to get. If you broke your ankle back in the day, there was no putting it in plaster. You used to keep soaking it in this comfrey, and they would wrap it with an elasticated bandage, and that was it. You'd walk about with a broken ankle, broken wrist. There was no nipping off to A&E like they do today. I had a friend who was a West Indian, and he used to be full of these remedies, you know, for things. Because he used to say in the West Indies, you couldn't afford to call a doctor. So your mother or your grandma always had a remedy for everything. Yeah. I can remember one, I had a splinter right down my nail. And it wouldn't come out. And I was picking it and poking it and making it sore. And he got green hard soap and shaved it, made like a little paste. And then he put sugar in it. And he stuck it, it was like a plasticine almost. He did it that thick and slapped it on my finger, wrapped it in an elastoplast and said, right, it'll be all right tomorrow. On the following morning, it had drawn the splinter right out my nail. And I'm like, how did they do that? Only works with wood, though. It doesn't work with metal. But, yeah. So it's a great, what they used to call it, a drawer, you know, for drawing things out your fingers, splinters and stuff. Yeah. I mean, people do it today. They use washing up liquid, but it's not the same. You need it to be quite stiff consistency, yeah. Yeah, and one time I had a cough. I could not get rid of a cough. And he made me, is it honey, water, lime juice, not lemon, lime juice. And he made me a little cup thing like that, but it's quite thick, actually, quite thick. And he said you can sip that all night long. If you wake up in the night, just take a sip. I tell you what, it was brilliant. It was better than any cough medicine. Yeah. They used to use onions, didn't they, as well for colds? Was it boil an onion and drink the water or something? Oh, all sorts of remedies like that. I think we should all go back to them. I mean, very, very rare you got antibiotics, wasn't it? I used to love a cream that our local chemist used to make up. I used to get chap legs from Wellington's. You know the top of the Wellington when it gets wet? It makes a big ring. And I used to suffer with eczema when I was a kiddie. So I'd get these, what they call chap legs. And my mother used to get a cream from the chemist, lanolin and cucumber. He used to make it himself. I don't know what he did. But of course now they say lanolin. Oh, no, no, no. But it was lanolin and cucumber. And it used to work a charm on chap legs. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, fennel. Oh, it was absolutely vile. How could you love the taste of that? And Sanderson's specific. Not Pacific, specific. Yeah. Yeah, I was born with eczema, so I always had weirdy skin. I used to break out. This is why I can't wear or knit with wool. I have terrible trouble when I knit with wool. It'll bring eczema all out in between my fingers where I've worked with it. It has to be really, really, really soft wool. Like, you know, the really most expensive hand-dyed. Otherwise, I'm like, when I pull it off, like I've got a rash all up my arms. You know, people say, oh, wear wool, wear. I said, I can't wear wool. Just can't wear it. I remember my mum treated me one time to this beautiful jumper, but it had wool in it. And I went out in it, and I was like, ooh. When I came in, all across my chest was a big rash and all down my arms. I said to my mum, I'm sorry, I can't wear this jumper. I'll wash it, I'll put it in. But it weren't comfort in those days, it was some wash, yeah. But no, I could never wear that jumper. It was a lovely jumper, no, but I couldn't wear it. Oh, Junior Aspirin, they were little pink ones, yeah, little pink sweets. My mum used to have to hide the little bottle because I used to like the taste of them, yeah. Junior Aspirin. Pink, they were. Teeny weeny, they were like little saccharines, weren't they? Oh. No, mine was pink, I think. Pink. And I used to like Hollis Brown's Chloridine. Can't get it, obviously, because it had morphine in it or whatever. It was in a tiny little bottle. And it's what they had in the First World War. Hollis Brown's Chloridine. And you used to put a drop of it in water. And if you had belly wart, my mother used to call it belly watch. You know, if you had, I suppose it was trap wind or whatever it was. It wasn't constipation because they would give you syrup of eggs for that. But if I had stomachache and that, she used to put a drop of this stuff in a little glass of water. I tell you what, it cured all ills. That and, what was it called, that pink and white, like a powder it was. You used to shake it up to mix it, but that had morphine in. And they stopped making that. That was brilliant for stomach pains and period pains. Great, it was. Oh yeah, Indian brandy used to get that as well. There was no brandy in it. It was just called Indian brandy. Kaolin and morphine, that's the one. Yeah, it was brilliant, that stuff. But they had to stop selling it because the addicts used to siphon the bloody morphine off, didn't they? But kaolin and morphine, it cured all. It's like peppermint. You used to be able to buy like peppermint oil stuff in a little bottle. That was brilliant if you had trap wind. But Do you remember Fenning's little healers or Fenning's powders, cooling powders? Yeah, they were in a little paper like that, and your mother used to tip them into water and mix them, and you used to have to drink them. And Fenning's little healers, I don't know what they were. They were like little round pellets, weren't they? And then if you were constipated, you had X-Lax chocolate. X-Lax chocolate. Your mother used to give it you. It was like a blooming enema. It used to go right through me. And you used to get syrup of figs, didn't you? And then you get cod liver oil and malt. I used to love cod liver oil and malt. We had a spoonful. It was like a Sunday night ritual, you know. You'd get your bath and then you'd get your syrup of figs to keep you regular. And then you'd have your cod liver oil and malt. And then later on there was a thing called Viral. That was just malt. I used to love it. It must have been not like Marmite because it was nice. But Viral was sweeter because my son used to love Viral on his dummy. Dip his dummy in Viral and stick it in his mouth. But all these things that just don't exist anymore, do they? But all chemists used to have their own little concoctions, didn't they? They'd make you up a cough bottle, wouldn't they? If you asked them to. Yeah, there was another one called Pulmo Bailey, wasn't there? But all chemists had their own little pots of cream and potions and stuff. And I mean, now they're probably not allowed to do it, are they? They used to make their own pills years ago, didn't they? Mix them up. And they always had pill makers in the back. Yeah. Oh, I loved Horlicks tablets. They were lovely. Horlicks doesn't taste like Horlicks anymore. God knows what they've done to it. But it doesn't taste like Horlicks anymore. I complained once to them and they said, oh, you're not putting enough spoonfuls in. I said, I am putting enough spoonfuls in. It just doesn't taste the same anymore. My aunt used to take me to Oldham, and there used to be, on the inside market, the old Tommyfield, the one that burnt down, there used to be a stall there. You could buy hot Vimto, and you could buy Horlicks, and you could have a toasted tea cake. And my aunt used to always stop because she liked proper coffee. And they never had it in the house. There was only her and her sister and her grandma. And they never had proper coffee. And she used to love going there because she'd get a cup of proper coffee, what she called, probably filter coffee, which nobody had in the days at cafes. So she'd take me there, or she'd also take me to the Cardoma because she could get coffee there. But I always used to have a Horlicks, yeah. Oh, they used to be so good. You could do it so thick you could practically taste this Horlicks, but now it's just rubbish now. It doesn't taste of anything anymore. Hi Enid, you back again. Oh, licorice sticks, yeah. You can still buy the chewy licorice. You could buy it at the chemist or those health food shops. The ones that look like roots, you mean, and chew it, yeah. Yeah. It doesn't taste the same. It's just like chewing a root these days. Licorice sticks, yeah. I used to like the big, hard licorice. Used to chop it up and put it in boiling water, and we used to make what we call Spanish spore. It was like a Spanish drink. And my mother used to say, stop drinking so much, stop drinking so much. And the reason why I had to stop drinking so much was it used to make me run to the toilet, but I never twigged on the two things were connected, you know. She said, don't drink so much, don't drink so much. Make you go to the toilet. There's quite a few in the UK online sweet places that sell the old-fashioned sweets. You know, the cherry lips and all stuff like that. You can get it all. And there's also a sweet shop in Affinity in Fleetwood. It used to be called Freeport, but it's called... and they sell all... When you walk in, it's just jars and jars and jars of all the old-fashioned sweets. Yeah. You just got here. I'm just going in a minute now. Oh, Isle toilet tissue, don't remind me. We had that at school long after soft toilet paper came in. Little sheets. Oh, you couldn't wipe anything, could you? The way I say what? Huh? What, licorice? Or it never wiped anything, did it? Let's face it. Man, it was better than having sheets of newspaper cut up into squares, wasn't it? When you used to have to sit there cutting squares of newspaper up and threading them on a string. Those were the days, eh? You used to bung the toilet up. You used to send your dad out to unblock the loo. Because the newspaper used to soak up the water, didn't it, and block the toilet up. Man, in those days, you had a proper flush, didn't you? Not these little fancy toilets that block up if you put 2 sheets of paper down, yeah. These were proper toilets. With a big cistern at the top and the spiders. Because they were always outside, weren't they? Oh, used to be there with your torch. I don't want to go, Mummy. It's dark out. Come and stand outside. You had to have a little Kelly lamp that used to be lit with a paraffin little Kelly light. Licorice. Everybody else doesn't say it funny, licorice. I don't know. Yeah, ice on the inside of the windows. Again, we're going back to the people going to work wearing their clogs and that. And my dad used to warm pennies in his hand and put them on the windows, you know, where you got all these fancy... They used to look like ferns, didn't they? They were lovely patterns. And he used to put 2 pennies on the window. And I used to be looking through like that, watching people going to work. Yeah. It's funny, you know, you never really felt the cold back then. Everybody's moaning about not having heating and stuff, and yet we never did. We had a fireplace upstairs in the bedroom that I shared with my mum and dad. But my dad used to take a shovel full of coal upstairs sometimes. If I was ill and in bed, you know, you'd get a little bit of a fire. I can remember once having something like measles or chickenpox or something or other, and my mum taking a chair, only a dining chair upstairs, and sitting knitting me a jumper by the side of the fire while I was in the bed. I always remember that little jumper. It had little dogs on the front of this little cardigan she made me. She was sat there knitting while I was sick and ill. Oh, thanks, Lydia. Bye. Yeah, as I said, I thought I had a very happy childhood. Very happy. I mean, I must have done to remember all these things that I remember. In fact, I can remember things better than I can remember them yesterday. Yeah. Well, it's 1 o'clock now and I've been on for 4 hours, so I think it's time I went to bed. Maybe I'll get to the orange bit on my shawl tomorrow. You never know. No. Need to get another drink, but I don't think I will. I think I'll take my tablets in the morning instead of taking them tonight. Right, Enid and everybody who's left. Chris, Nathan, who've we got? Jean, Lydia, only me, Bev, everybody that's left. Anybody I've missed, I'm very sorry. I shall say good night to you, and I will see you. Well, I'm actually getting a delivery of something. And I'll show you the shawl I've finished, so I will make a video. Maybe tomorrow. If the family go out, I don't like making videos when they're in. A bit funny that way. I'd rather be on my own. Anyway, yeah. Right. Yeah, night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. That's what my dad always used to say, although we never had bed bugs. My mother was super, super clean. Never had bed bugs. So I shall speak to you all later. So bye from my deck chair and me. This is going in the charity bin, this is. Unless Nathan wants it for a dressing gown. If you want to look frilly, Nathan, I'm sure you could take the elastic out the sleeves and wear it for a dressing gown. Oh dear, I certainly won't be wearing it again. I really don't like it. Night, everybody. Bye now. Put bids in. Bids in if you're in the UK, if you want me nighty. I thought it was nice when I bought it, but I just don't like it anymore. And it's too long. It's too long. It's right the way to the ground, and I'm only 5'2", so it's long. Yeah, it's got nice colours. Nice colours. Almost rainbow. Bye now.